me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Let's go. Here we go! Let's go! 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 Here we go! 해고! Here we go! 해고! Here we go! 해고! Here we go! 해고! 해고. Here we go. 해고. 해고. Mamma mia! 해고. Here we go. 해고. Here we go. Here we go. 해고. Here we go. 해고. Here we go! nghe tao chứ.
Sup, gamers? We're gaming today. We're starting with Moxy Shotty. A little bit of Mox versus a little bit of Shod. Shout out to RL FR who need to work on their PR. Need to work on their PR, that's for sure. Because someone in chat has already said they're known scammers. What? Well, I don't think they are. There's 200,000 people in this Discord. And it seems to be a nice, healthy French Discord that wants to run this match. Why is Atow Belgian? It's not Moxy Atow. It's Moxy Shotty. I think that Moxy's tweet, which is where this is coming from, is a mistake. That's my understanding. We shall see what ends up being true. Racket Brawl the 23 months. It's already been 18 months. Chat, we're gonna get the Fear Frenzy in a bit. But we are gonna open with Moxy versus Shotty. Oh, we only have 3 people here. Oh yeah, no Shotty yet. Get in here, Shotty. Chat, Fear Frenzy is after this. It's after this. Let me show the timer. Fear Frenzy, the tournament that I'm running, starts in an hour. Exclamation point bracket if you want to see what's going on with that. This is like a little opener, a little taster. Moxy Shotty. You might be wondering why Moxy. Wasn't he eliminated? He was. He was eliminated from Fear Frenzy. You're not going to see him in Fear Frenzy, but we're doing a little opening show match here against Shotty. Moxy versus Shotty. Should be a good time. Rashmadon the 19 months tier 3. Epic. Okay, I think we got a Shotty in here now. We got a Moxy, he's in a match. We got a Shotty. Can you give Rezears infinite boosts? No! All right, let's game. Let's wait no longer. Okay, just need Moxy to be done with his game. I don't know what is he queuing ranked? I saw him in a private match. Okay, he's out. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to reset this guy. It's gonna be a bit scammed. 3 people have already subbed. I actually think I can fake subs. Let me fake some subs so you guys don't get scammed. All right, we have 3 subs already. All fake 3 subs. Boom. Fixed. What was that? Was that really you doing the Mario speedrun, or was it Daniel? Of course it was me, dude. Who's getting donut walled? Back in this, what's up? We've been busy. Ready when you guys are. You want a test? No, I'm not gonna ask that because it's gonna be confusing. Shotty can ask for a test if he wants. Sir Chris of Spades, save the 3 months tier 1. Vacanus said payout. Wait, what was the Why did Moxy lose? Kind of hard to win a tournament that way. I said Shotty like a memory in my head. I mean, like a melody. All right, let's game. This is a $500 match. All right, let's do it. Surely we're just about to game. Let's go. There we go. It's Moxy versus Shotty. It's a little opening matchup hosted by the Rocket League French Discord. It's a $500 best of 5. And then after that, we've got the rest of Fear Frenzy. So don't be confused. You can type exclamation point bracket if you want to see what's going on later today. But instead of sitting offline and being boring, why not go live and run a little bit of a warm-up match? And you get to see a little bit more Moxy. If your plan was to watch Moxy, you're not going to be able to watch him during the Fear Frenzy today because he did not qualify for the playoffs. Instead, you get to watch the rest of the crew. No Moxy, no DrKnown. But we'll get a little Moxy 1v1 against one of Saudi's better 1v1ers in Shotty. Is he the second best next to Newpo? Probably not. He's at least third best because Rawas will be number 2. But we haven't seen Rawas really play, so that's kind of why I take Rawas off the list. He hasn't played in a really long time, and so I don't know if I expect him to play again for a while. Of active Saudi 1v1ers, Shotty could be number 2. Shotty doing a lot of camera work right now as he attempts to score his first goal. Moxy, I think, is going to be in grind mode if I had to guess. Is Moxy live? Usually Moxy is. You can check him out on twitch.tv/Moxy_. I have a feeling that Moxy is going to be in grind mode. He's not the guy who accepts losing very well. I don't think he become, you know, the best player in the world, best player in all of Europe. I guess you can't say the world. Newpo did beat him there, but the best player in Europe in 1v1 without having a bit of a chip on your shoulder and grinding when things aren't going your way. So I would expect Moxy to be locked in and on the grind in the next coming months before we get to Rocket League 1v1, RLCS 1v1, official 1v1. We're just adding more and more people to this match. I think this is because it's getting hosted on a French stream as well, French-speaking stream. If you're here wanting to hear commentary in French, there is in fact French commentary for this one. I think it's on, I don't know what his exact stream name is, as Moxy makes a save. Ooh, denied the counter. I'll pull up the tab here a little bit because it's Lakitu, Lakitu skip, dude. I was doing Lakitu. I missed Lakitu skip in my speedrun today. Lakitue. Something tells me that that could just be his name straight up. If not, it's a heavy part of his name, probably where he's streaming it in French. Speak French? Oui, oui. Baguettes. Merci. I did ask somebody what sorry was before I went to France, so I could just say sorry to everyone. Apologize for being English, but I already forgot what it was. So I couldn't tell you. Was it Desole or something like that? Is that anywhere close? Ah, it is. It's not bad. There's Shotty getting on the board. Shotty, empty jump to the reset pre-flip. This is our first match of the day today. A little bit of a warm-up match, courtesy of Rocket League France. I think this is a celebration of 200,000 members in their Discord, which is wild to me. 6 robots, they were the tier 1, the brand new tier 1. I went looking through, there's like a super active Discord when I happened to check it out. Tons of people using various channels, and oh my goodness, I've just never seen so many people in one Discord. But as a celebration for them, we're streaming actually live to a channel in that Discord, as well as the French stream there as well. So you can just watch it in their Discord straight up, if that's how you want to experience it today. Shotty, save, pops the ball to the back wall now, has 0 boost, a pad, trying to cut to make something happen, but it's going to be forced to back off. Think of this as like the opener for today's tournament. Do you have to take a test in French to gain admission? You know, they let me in, but I don't know any French. I might have a special situation though, since they wanted me to help host the match. Chad, tell me when Nass is here. I want to commission Nass for my graphic design work. I like make a logo for my tournaments, and I'm like, this is so bad. I'm like, I could either spend hours and hours and hours learning to be an effective, talented graphic artist, or I could just pay Nass to do it. So whenever he's around, I've got questions for him. Moxy popping this one up over the top of Shotty. Make it 6-2. Good games tonight. Yes, there should be a lot of good games tonight. Andre Laponi. You have an important update. Nass is still not here. Thank you, Bacchus. Oh, thank you, Dog Fear. Yeah, that's great. Nice little ground pass. 1 second. Let me go figure out why Dog Fear is pretending like we're getting attacked and our house is being robbed, even though it surely isn't. Someone just breathed on the front door. Could you believe that no one was there? There was nothing at all. Shotty gonna make it 7-4 with 43 seconds to get his 3 more goals. Shotty pre-flipping to a demo to make it 7-5. It's actually time to start entertaining that Moxy might be in trouble here. Zapdash not going to save him. Moxy does read the delay kickoff here, chips it around. Now attempting to waste a little bit of time. Dodges up over the top of potential bumps. And again, just continues to just be so patient, faking over and over and over again, just letting Shotty dance around behind the ball. Nobody loves wasting time more than Moxy. And I thought he was actually going to take the ball back into the corner again, and maybe that was part of what made this a goal. Shotty might have believed he was going to do that too. Started to say, oh, I got to back up. I got to do something about that. And then Moxy just taps it in. Did I see the Season 22 trailer? I have not. I noticed that there's now an ad on the side of this arena that says 3/11/26. Is that the next season? Is that how long I have to get rewards? I think I might miss out on rewards again. Air dribble bump from Shotty. Game 1 going to go to Moxy. This is best of 5, yes? I got Grand Champ. I'm in Grand Champ. But I'm not going to have enough time to get all the rewards. That is a question. Someone know the answer? Best of 5, yes? I'm not the one who's putting up the money or running the match. So I don't get to decide. Best of 5, yes. Okay. Game number 2 of best of 5. Moxy and Shotty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Moxy double fake, then tried to take it to that opposite post. Not going to pay off. Shotty's going to use all of his boost just to clear this one away. Feels like that will end up being a mistake, but actually did a decent job of catching and taking this into his own half. Undercuts now by Moxy, who is looking to try and break down Shotty slowly, and will do exactly that. Bump him in order to get the ball in. I hope the next time you make the chat can text French and Arabic, because it's their fans and you should make them texting your stream, since you invited their players. This is a sentiment that is given a lot in chats, and I don't really blame people for feeling like that should be the case, but the reality is I, as the streamer, can't understand what's being said, and ultimately all of moderation and making sure the chat is, you know, not screaming slurs at each other for all I know, is on me. You know, sure, the moderators help a little bit, but if they're not here, it has to be me. So I have to know what's being said to make sure I can get rid of people who are being mean, and I just can't understand French or Arabic. So unfortunately, I can't allow any chats in it. You're probably saying the nicest things ever all the time. 99% of all chats are nice, but unfortunately, some people aren't nice, believe it or not, and I wouldn't be able to tell. Emily, thank you for 3 months, tier 1. Chatters are to be trusted. No, Tanner, they're not. You cannot trust them. If all your chats are nice, type Aga, but if sometimes you type a mean chat, type Ogo. Moxy. Bounce drill, hook shot, top right. Invite some mods from the Rocket League Arabic community. They'll be helping you. No, for sure. They definitely would, which is why I included how it doesn't matter if there's moderators that can speak it, because they might not show up. They might be here for this stream, but they're not here for the next. And then everyone who got to speak Arabic in this stream comes back for the next one and goes, "What the heck, man? I could speak Arabic in that stream." Well, we had the Arabic speaking moderator here, but now he's not here, so now we can't know. And this other guy just said you said a curse word, and I can't tell. So anyways, I'm spending too much time on this. Hopefully it's clear why it has to be just... Basically every stream should almost always just be languages the streamer can understand. And for me, that's just English, because I'm a silly American. Ooh, Moxy able to get that crossbar down, and then after the demo, I'm gonna need you to learn all languages. There are, yes, you can type words that I can understand. For example, Ya salam, Ya salam, Ya salam. I understand. You can type that. That's fair game. You actually can't type it in Arabic though, because if you type it in Arabic, I can't tell that it's Ya salam. You'd have to type it in English characters. Moxy, kickoff win to the ceiling to make it 5-1. You can also type all H's, which I know to be laughing in Arabic. Moxy. Ooh, he's really been trying to force the issue with the pre-flip. Something I did not expect someone like Moxy to do. Evo? Listen, I get it. Ooh, that's a great flick too. I think he mixed the camera up right when he shot it to make it look even nicer. Moxy, I would say so far has had similar success to Evo with this pre-flip flick, which is that, you know, maybe he's hit it 1 of 10 times, and it was sick when he did, and the other 9 times probably would have been better off going for a different play. Moxy pre-flipping out, canceling as soon as he recognizes Shotty going to the side wall. Ooh, faked. Close angle. Keeping this one around. Continuing to try and pummel the net, and it works. What did Dr. Feer think of the milk only stream? Dr. Feer took a screenshot of the stream, texted her fellow doctor best friend, and said, "Our jobs are so different." She said, "Yep, and it's true. They are a bit different." Now, it'd be one thing. It'd be one thing if I was like a Jinxie or something, and the milk stream got me like as much as she makes in a shift. But she can at least sit comfortably knowing that her 9-hour shift saving lives is much more lucrative than whatever the milk only stream was. Yeah, I knew it was bait. I knew this message was bait. Certain jobs, you need to be a selfless savior of humanity, and other jobs, you need to be a doctor. Emergency medicine doctor at that. Moxy. Zap dashing up to the side wall. Shotty putting up a much better performance here in this game. Number 2, great read from Moxy on Shotty's pre-jump to the ceiling. Sees him floating far away from the play. Recognizing he's not going to be able to get back down and get to that post in time. Shotty flick top right intercepted. Ooh, I thought maybe he was going to try to fake Moxy out here, but ultimately saw an angle where he could get it in. And it pays off. Side flip connects. Minute 14 to make up 2 goals. Moxy trying to muscle off Shotty right now. Ooh, what a low 50. Just glued it to the ground. Going to be an easy tap in after that. Moxy, wave dash into the back corner. Shotty faked like he was going to take an early shot, and it seemed like he actually had a good idea to go down to the ground and hit it towards the post, but he just got off the post and out. So nothing to show for it. Pre-jumping now. Moxy is just going to bait him in and then shoot it over the top of him, and to take the shot as well. JBP, they were the 19 months prime. Sorry for typing a Wingdings message in chat. Won't happen again. Didn't know this was a dictatorship 1984. I do not understand Wingdings, it's true. Why wasn't there a picture of Moxy on the Milk Only stream? I thought about Moxy dancing behind this. Oh, goodness, he almost own goaled it. But it's all right, the time was wasted. I thought about trying to get Moxy in, but I didn't know what he would do because it has to be milk only. So, you know, it can't be Moxy and anyone else. Maybe just get a video of Moxy free playing. Could have asked him for a video of him free playing. Then how would you even know it was Moxy if it was just free play? I don't know. Game number 2 going to Moxy. Shotty gonna need to get a reverse sweep if he wants to walk out $500 richer. Yo, chat. Somebody on Discord just screenshotted my stream and then sent it to me saying W stream. How come you guys never do that? How many people are here in chat? How come I don't have thousands of DMs saying W stream? Game number 3. That's all right. I'll accept you saying W stream in chat. Moxy, what a save. Seemed a bit quick to get out of net and rush back to the ball, but maybe forced to since he's going to fall down off of it if he doesn't. Shotty gives him the nice one. All right. It's getting spicy out here in Manfield Nights. A little bit of take the shots when Shotty gets time wasted on. A little bit of, you say nice shot to himself? Oh, nice one to Moxy. When Moxy gets scored on. Can this be a last chance qualifier? It can't be a last chance qualifier. Moxy was in the tournament. He got invited. Shotty doing what he needs to, though, to get this one to be interesting late in the series. After what has been Moxy domination. Wow, that is a fancy message. Nush have the talent to be top 5 1v1 in the world. Doesn't want to play. He's better than Shotty and the most of. That says talent. I know you. It's close. It's missing one letter, but it says talent. Yeah, I don't know. Is Nush done playing? Actually, what a fake. Shotty should have dropped a quick chat there. That should have been a quick chatted fake. I guess he hadn't scored yet, so it would have been a bit early. Moxy probably would have responded there with a nice shot if he had quick chatted to be like, you didn't score, so who cares? But, ooh, Shotty does muscle off for the corner boost. And now, I almost thought he DC'd, but it looks like he's just taking it slow. Into an air dribble. 50. What a save. Man, it felt like Shotty set that up so well. Moxy managed just to get a 50 good enough not to go in. Demo. Oh, not going to land. Moxy loves his soft shot and then line up the demo. Oh, my goodness. Pinching this one away. Not quite enough space to get it in. Moxy. Again, there it is. That's his favorite play. Soft shot, easily savable, but gets the defender in the air, and then he lines up the demo, and he gets it. Flipping through to get that max speed right at the right moments to get his first goal. Over 2 minutes into this game number 3. Yeah, I was talking to Nush about potentially playing, I think, for this tournament. Oh, no, actually it was a show match a couple days ago. And he said, yeah, I'm not really playing Rocket League much anymore. And then mentioned another game that he plays instead. He says, but I would do it if, like, it worked out or that it was the right person. But he says he's playing another game. Does anyone remember what it was? Does anybody know? I don't know why you guys would know necessarily, but maybe someone in chat seems to know about Nush. Nush is not, it's not marbles, no. And it's not Deadlock. Does anyone play Deadlock? Shotty undercutting Moxy in order to get himself a freebie. Probably Deep Rock Galactic, probably Fortnite. No, let me just go see what he said. He said he plays... Oh, he's actually in-game on Rocket League right now, so... Oh, Resident Evil Requiem. Chat, W game or L game? It's a, that's a one-player game, it sounds like. Looks like chat likes it. Shotty, nice speed on a counterattack. Moxy, ooh, flipped as late as possible. Maybe to try and convince Shotty to still race him for it while getting the win. Shotty chain dashing. Moxy says, if your opponent's going to make a mistake, don't do anything to stop him. Just backs off and says, feel free to dive at this ball and give it to me for a goal. Shotty flicking top shelf near post, backing off, wants to bait Moxy. Oh, into a bad decision. Moxy really didn't want to go. He drops a my bad. The quick chats are still there. He just soft lobs it to the other side of the net. And, I mean, Moxy for sure could have saved it, but I think he was expecting it to either pinch down off the ceiling or maybe it was thinking Shotty's going to have a follow-up of some sort. Ultimately, just watch the game go in, or sorry, watch the ball go in. Shotty now holding the lead. Ooh, that was clearly supposed to be a demo from Moxy onto Shotty. Now he's turtling. So much confidence to not being able to win game number 1 or 2. He's 3 straight wins, but he's not letting that get him down as he's looking to troll Moxy as he tries to secure this 3rd game. Ooh, what a save. Shotty gets around the airdrop. Wow, how are you not quick chatting there? It feels like such a better time to quick chat. I mean, you could really rub it in. Somebody needs to give Shotty a quick chat tutorial. Ooh, Moxy will get his 3rd goal. This would be nightmare fuel for Shotty to have to go to OT. Does Moxy have a couple kickoffs in his bag? Moxy, there's one. Oh no! Oh no! Shotty! He's quick chatting. He's controlling the game for all 5 minutes, and now a dangerous, dangerous kickoff is about to happen. Moxy hit him with the classic, the wave dash bump. The chat spams, be careful. Oh no! Moxy chips it around a slight delay. It's wide open. Oh no! Quick chat. This would be a great time to respond with a quick chat. Oh, Shotty just goes flying by. Moxy had him red. The single jump delay from Shotty. And Moxy just chips it around him like Moxy would do to me, but only because I can't speed flip. But Shotty did it intentionally. Overtime. Game number 3. A Moxy goal secures the win. Shotty needs this goal and 2 more games. Moxy chips this around him. Ooh, 12 boost. Really could have afforded a ball that was bouncing. Instead, it comes to a complete roll. Moxy doing a good job to play a bit of keep away. Buy himself time to get the 100 boost, but Shotty's in a great spot now. Brings the ball down. Flicks top left. It's in. Rotating back is his choice. Oh, goodness. Shotty does secure it. Almost let it slip away. Game 3. Gonna go to Saudi Arabia. Who started the trash talk? What do you mean? Moxy hasn't even said anything yet, I don't think. No, that's not true. Moxy said 2 things. Did he say it first? Shotty, obviously, as you can see in the logs, is the only one to say something in this game, but I can't remember if Moxy said a couple things, I think. Liam's lurking, maybe the 6 months tier 1. Yeah, no, Moxy did first. Moxy did take the shot when he wasted time in the first or second win. Joe Mama, they have 21 months prime. When is the next milk stream? Same question for Femboy Feast. I give that to you because that TTS won't work. Shotty joins last second, imagine. Z. I can restart it when he joins. I'm assuming he DC'd or something. Pogo, imagine. Ooh, 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 kill him. Bang! Blah, blah. Moxy triple would have saved him on the pogo when Shotty wasn't here. Game number 4. Oh, Shotty hit him with the fake. Oh no, he didn't score off of it. He did, okay. It seemed like he tried to really accent that he faked him by doing absolutely nothing. Because he could have... Oh no, never mind. He just kind of rolled off the ball. Maybe it was completely accidental. (1-0) to Shotty. Shotty hanging out behind the ball. Oh my goodness, monster flick. Tries to box Moxy off the line. Won't work. Moxy able to save it. Flick, top left. That's a beaut. That's the block. And it's 1-1. Shotty backing off into his back corner. I still love when the ball gets around ceiling heights. I know it's not a big deal, but ever since they added the colors to the circle around the ball, and you see the orange and the blue and the purple in between. Moxy tried a quick recovery with that dash and just front flips out to nowhere. What are you blabbing about? You'll see. I'll point it out when the ball gets up there again. Shotty makes it 3-1. We might be looking at a bit of a longer series here than it seemed in game 1 and 2. Oh no, Moxy is is maybe tilting. He is not making tons of contact with the ball, and Shotty's making sure to know. Moxy getting credited with a shot somehow off that. Able to dodge Shotty and outplay him out of the corner. Slams in a ball that didn't even need to be. Power shot, could have walked it in at 2 miles an hour, but to put some force behind his second goal. Moxy. These guys are trying to fake each other left and right. It's not even about scoring anymore. It's about sending a message as well. Which regular aerial shots do not. You have to make the opponent look silly. Shotty, again, was probably going for one of those fakes like I was talking about. Seems like he was going to wait out as long as possible. See if he could just threaten a jump or a flick to get Moxy to miss. Moxy just turns, dives, takes it off the top of his car, and a pause is called. So we shall pause. I'm assuming that a P is for pause. I assume P is pause. Or is he just, does P mean something I don't understand? Yeah, 1 minute, please. Chat, type menopause in the chat. Maybe his dog Feer is barking. Chat, how you guys doing today? It's just me and you. Pauses are always nice and eerie because there's no movement, no sound. The only thing on screen is you guys right now. How does it feel? You're famous. Use this moment wisely. Type the best chat that you've been thinking of overnight. Hi, Mom. I like men. Not bad. P. Lowell. Love you, chat. Oh my goodness, ghost mode. And with that, we will unpause the game. Bro just took a timely out. Imagine Moxy calls for pause. Uh-oh. I see a world in which Moxy gets a lead and then calls for a pause after a goal. This match is barely about the Rocket League. It's about the mental games being played. Shotty. A catch and one more touch is enough. Chat, everyone wish Chrono good luck in their tourney. They're guaranteed to win. If enough of us wish good luck. Moxy. Little wall dash to get some speed. Is going to pick up the boost. Dodge. Shotty. Wave dash. Musty on the ground to secure the fourth goal. Shotty. Wave dash kickoff. Heading back to the midfield for the 100. Moxy's going to try and stay on it, even zap dashing to stay involved in the play. Shotty. Not able to score. Oh, Moxy's so close to own goaling, but instead hits it off the backboard and then into the crossbar. Little 180 from Shotty to catch. He's going to flick again. This one's going to work. That is good placement from Shotty. Shotty getting hit with the classic. Moxy's going to get one on you, one a game, it feels like. Wave dash. Instantly aims at the other player. Bumps him away. That works because Moxy's wave dash gets him down to the ground faster, gets him able to move and make a play sooner than the player who flips through the ball, who's still falling to the ground. As they fall to the ground, they become an easy target. This seems like a clear pause. Oh, he's got ping. Whoops, my bad. Rotating back. Whoa. Is Moxy? He just DDoSed me? Jeez, what? Oh no, what is going on? The drama. Just came back at 5-6. Why? Go back to kickoff. I literally got DDoS. Okay. This is RL France's match. Okay, so we are 5-6 at what time? They want 5-6? Is that right? Shotty says no, naturally, because he got a goal from Moxy not moving. 150? I mean, there's a pretty clear disconnect. If that was RLCS, it's a DC either way, even if not DDoS like Moxy says. Server lags at 150 KK. All right. It was, listen, I'm not saying it's DDoS like Moxy's trying to say, but he clearly stopped moving and try again. Okay, Shotty's not moving. Oh no. No! Do we need to pull up the replay? Do we need to do a replay analysis? Do we need to do a replay analysis? Moxy, stop moving. Clear internet. Listen, France made the Rocket League France, who's leading this, made the decision to reset that goal. Sometimes tournaments will run where in 1v1 where you just kind of let one goal go always, and then you play on from there, which could have given Shotty, I guess, one more goal. But it sounds like the French team all lagged in the server as well and are saying, I mean, it's not like Shotty was about to score when Moxy stopped moving. Shotty was all the way on his own back wall. It should be 5-7. Is it 5-7? Is it 5-7? Can we get a VOD check? Okay, one sec. Chat is saying it's 5-7. Let me check VOD. Okay, let me check the VOD here. Let me go see what's going on. I am gonna go back to this pause. Do we need to do a replay? DDoS. Okay. Moxy's playing. It's 5-6. This is the kickoff. It's 5-6 right now. Moxy DCs. Well, what do you guys mean 5-7? So this is what I'm seeing. Shotty has the ball. Shotty has the ball. This is where he DCs. Moxy DCs right here. Clearly stops moving, stops playing. Pretty hard to argue that Shotty is gonna get a goal for sure here with the ball on his back wall. Hasn't even started the dribble. Moxy doesn't move at all. Like, he types question marks before. I mean, he clearly DC'd there. So to me, 5-6, there's nothing wrong with that. Moxy have crashed approximately 150 and Shotty scores after lag. Appears to be Moxy. Yeah, I'll let RLFR decide. If this were RLCS, it would be 5-6 at 150. Now he's just spamming 6-7. Shotty's 7th goal was while Moxy was DC'd, clearly not moving. Shotty's 7th goal was while Moxy was DC'd, clearly not moving. Some tournaments allow a single goal no matter what, but it seems like it's clear and organizers want it to be a pause right on the DC, but whatever. Not mine, chat says. Chat, why are you guys all saying 5-7 now? Didn't I just show you the replay? Why is there so much drama here? This is such a clear DC. Have you guys watched? Do you think this is a strategy from Moxy? He's completely stopped moving from right here. Hasn't given an input. This is not how you defend. What you think he was hoping? I don't know. This is a clear DC at 5-6 and 140. To be fair, it's 140. I would say 145, not 150. 5-6, 145. 150 was too much time. I'm gonna try it again. 5-6 at 145 is like the perfect reset. This is what it would be in RLCS. Shotty can spam 7 all he wants, but listen, there have been tournaments run where, like, on a single DC, which I think is really how I've run my tournaments and whatnot. No matter what, you know, if someone even clearly DCs like Shotty and Moxy had, you just still let the first goal go in, then you pause. He's laughing now because he got his 7th goal. But this one, and the guys who are actually putting up the money for the prize pool, the French Discord, basically want to run it like RLCS would. Official RLCS would, as I understand it, given that goal back on that pause, and would have restarted at 5-6 because Shotty was not close to scoring. It's like Moxy was like about to get air dribble bumped and then he gave up on it or something. So we reset and we continue. I really actually can't afford for this to go longer. I need to get my tournament going. Show Moxy stream. Listen, I don't even need to see Moxy stream to know that he was lagging for 2 reasons. One, I could see his gameplay was a clear behavior of someone lagging. And then 2, the scoreboard also backed him up with a lag indicator. So those 2 things together, I don't even need to look at his stream. Yeah, I know. We gotta get going. This this needed to not go to game 5. Or at least it needed to go to game 5 naturally and not with this extra pause. But at this point, it's too spicy not to finish. I will let the first round of this tournament know that we're going to be slightly delayed. I forget actually which match I had being played first. Rezears AppJack. Hey, sorry, I may be just a couple min late. Hopefully, that'll be fine. And as long as every single match doesn't go to game 5, we should catch back up on the schedule anyways. Who could have predicted a France versus Saudi match could get spicy? Especially one including Moxy. It's impossible to have seen this coming. The WoW gets dropped. After all this, it does look like Shotty's going to force game 5. Unless Moxy can farm a couple kickoffs, seems like he's going to try to, instead of having to go one more. Moxy gets an 8. Turns out Shotty wins either way with that extra goal we were arguing for. If Shotty had his extra goal, it would have been 8-10. So it might have been a bigger deal had it gone to overtime or something. Moxy has left the match. The problem is that Moxy had an open goal. It's not that Shotty scored after. What? You're saying on Moxy's replay of it. So Moxy, who disconnected from the server, saw the ball roll in front of the net and maybe was able to score it, is what you're saying? On his screen? Moxy had an open net on his screen. I get what the server gets, not what Moxy sees. So I have the more true version, basically what the server got. So it doesn't surprise me that Moxy might have had a wide open net, because have you guys ever played and DC'd before and everyone else stops moving and they start playing dumb and then the ball just rolls in front of the net and then you slam it in the net and then nothing happens. The ball doesn't register because what you're experiencing isn't the truth from the server, and then the server recorrects you and pulls you back to where you were. I'm assuming that's what happened. Fear, you're dumb. Go back and watch my VOD. I don't know what to say. Nah, it was open. It was open. Okay, okay. I have my VOD open. Let me go see. Dude, they're. Oh yeah. No. Okay. I see what you're saying. No. I see what you're saying. Okay. I did check my VOD. Yes, he should have just scored it. He had won a kickoff, and had he not DC'd, he would have scored it. But yeah, we can't give him that goal for obvious reasons. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I opened it. Thank you for the 200 bits. Moxy would have scored a kickoff goal. Yes. I was focusing on the DC portion. I see what you guys are referring to now. Moxy, had he not DC'd, would have scored an open net. But that doesn't mean we can assume he would score it and give him the goal. I mean, that's not how it ever works. You never know what's going to happen. Moxy could have misinput his side flip, flipped around the ball, not touched it, and had it not go in. Obviously, none of us would bet any money that he'd miss it, but it's not 100%. You can't just give him that goal. I'm not saying that wasn't the most open net for him ever. Moxy scores that. What would I want to say? 9,999 times out of 10,000, but but the ball wasn't already in. What he needs to worry about now is he's down 3-0 in Game 5. Moxy gonna get his first goal. Okay. Both Jack and Rezears are aware of the fact we're gonna be a little bit late to our scheduled tourney. Some high drama here in the Moxy versus Shotty match. Both sides feel as if... You know what? Actually, that's how we know it was handled perfectly. Both sides feel as if the pause was not handled fairly. And that's how you know it was handled fairly. Shotty is absolutely destroying now, though, and he's pairing it with quick chats. Moxy up 2-0. Clearly, Moxy has been affected by the DC. Oh, no. It's clear, though, that despite the tilt, despite the situation, Moxy does just wants to do what the best thing you can do in this situation is win. And he's got 4 minutes, and so he's very clearly locked in. And the best way to get back at all of this, maybe even the only way, is to win. So he's not even worried about talking anymore. No quick chats. Lock in, get a win, and have the win do all the talking. Is Moxy's plan. Shotty's playing really well. Shotty seems to be powered up by his trolling. Moxy's flick is not in. Follow-up is, though. Slight delay, wave dash kickoff. Moxy, ooh, what a demo. I thought he was getting a little bit greedy for going all the way into the corner, but this is why Moxy is playing in the show match and I'm watching. He was able to get just enough supersonic speed to not go for the boost. That was never the plan. The plan was the demo. Now it's 3-5. Moxy, another straight kickoff win. Shotty sends it to the back wall. This is going to go in 4-5. This is what I was talking about. Moxy wasn't giving up. Knew the only way out of this mess is a win. And now within one, with 3 minutes left in this game. Delay wave dash kickoff for Shotty. Moxy flying from the ceiling, intercepting, getting bumped. Oh, what a save. Thought it was going to be free for Shotty. Shotty's actually low on boost now. Really heavy first touch to net. Maybe could have scored. I feel like that's what Moxy was hoping for, but lobbed it too high. It was going to need such a perfect sweet spot shot to be effective. Moxy, 13 boost. This ball's bouncing too much for him to deal with. Shotty's trying to fake him off of it, but actually he just allowed Moxy to make a play because he couldn't make a play when that ball was high in the air. Shotty was able to. Shotty 32 boost. He could go in at any time. Moxy was actually at the mercy of Shotty. And maybe Shotty didn't want to go up there with 32 boost to get rid of the ball, have it, you know, fall out of his possession. Clear it out, sure, but maybe still be stuck on defense. So instead he just faked it off. Moxy picks up the 100 boosts, sent to the side wall. Air dribble resets. Shotty actually pre-jumped it, and Moxy put it right into his car. Should be a free one for Shotty as he's back in the lead. It was a 5-1 lead, so 4 straight goals for Moxy to equalize. Make this game 5 just a little bit more interesting. But Shotty is going to be the one to take over. Moxy bumping Shotty around. Shotty falling down. 15. Moxy. Ooh, dodges a demo attempt and throws one on target. Shotty makes a save. Forced into net though. Still has tons of boost to work with. Moxy flick. In the perfect position. Needs to get a follow-up. He waited too long. Shotty gets the follow-up save. Moxy has to recover. He does guide it to the corner. He's going to be able to pick up a pad or two, but he's still in a rough spot. Shotty's going to force it in quickly. And he drops the my bad with the 2-goal lead. Minute 21. The quick chats are back. Only Shotty is participating. Wave dash kickoff mirrored. Moxy gonna have the advantage. Could really afford to get this one in. He tried to surprise Shotty with a cutback to net. He postured as if he was gonna take the ball along the side wall or to the side wall and instead shot near post, but Shotty was able to make that save. Now he's dropping triple wows. as he gets a 3-goal lead. Sure, it was 4 straight for Moxy to tie, but now 3 straight for Shotty to potentially ice the reverse sweep. Shotty grabbing the midfield 100, and the boost battle is so important here late in the game. Moxy, can he get a goal off this? Ooh, Shotty's going to send it to the back wall. Moxy reads it. 2 goals, 42 seconds. Really important kickoffs here. Which ones are they going to get? Nice one from Shotty. Interesting. I'm not even sure how that works in terms of trolling. It was just a Moxy goal. He's giving him credits. Moxy again aggressive off kickoff despite winning the opportunity to get midfield boost. This one's not going to pay off. Rotating back, says Shotty, as he scores 6-9. Moxy was aggressive. Ooh, now he's putting in the actual chats, not just the quick chats. The lol typing. Moxy wants to believe. But it's not looking likely. Moxy picks up the midfield 100. 26 seconds. Every second off the clock makes it less likely, but he does get a 7th goal! And it took him less than the 10 seconds he needs to per goal. He is still in this. This would be the most ridiculous OT in a match I have seen in a long, long time. Ooh, he tried the cheeky chip around. We saw that to get the goal late, force the OT that he eventually lost in the last game. 14 seconds, not a ton of time. He gets us out ahead of Shotty! We are in ours for a very interesting final kickoff here. This is spicy. 9 seconds and a chance for Moxy. Shotty drops a rotating back. He's trying to use the power of the quick jet to keep things going for him. It's a slight offset kickoff. It's a wave dash. It's an advantage for Moxy. Moxy needs to stay calm. Has boost. Shotty sends it away, but it's going to have a tough time stopping Moxy. He's going to try and bump him. Moxy keeps it in the air. Surely it's going to hit ground. Now it does! The triple rotating back to end the series. A GG's from Moxy. A GG's from Shotty. Oh no. Moxy says sorry. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. It is. Thank you, Moxy. I'll say thank you for the have fun in the tourney parts. Oh goodness. All right, we gotta get to this tournament. GG's. I doubt we're gonna have a spicier matchup than that. That's gonna be about as spicy as it gets. All right. Let's get Jack and Rezears in here. Chat type !! brackets. If you want to see how this tournament is going to go. Sorry about that. Let's go. Yeah. Oh goodness, I accidentally started a screenshot. Just getting the overlay set up and then we just start. Best of 5. Just so these guys know. Semifinals we'll do 7. And finals. But for now, 5. Chat, here we go. It's the playoffs of the Feer Frenzy. We just had a spicy opener. And we might upload that opener after the rest of the Fear Frenzy goes up. But it's Jack versus Rezears. Hopefully I showed you the playoff bracket in the video. If I've done a good job, if you're here in the live stream right now, you can type ! bracket and you can see what we're looking at. This is a quarterfinal. It's a crossover matchup from the 2 seed from Pool B and the 3 seed from Pool A. That is apparently Jack, who is the 3 seed from Pool A, and Rezears, who's the 2 seed from Pool B. He was actually very close to taking down the entire pool, but slipped up at the very end of the day against Toxiic, which led to losing that head-to-head tiebreaker. Now he's going to have to play through a tougher side of the bracket, probably. It looks like Newpo, the world champion of 1v1, probably the toughest matchup. The only player to have not lost yet in the tournament. And that's who the winner of these 2 guys will have to play if they do advance. Jack going to make it 2-0. It would be a rematch between Jack and Newpo if he does upset the seed. And, technically Rezears, according to seeding, should be the one to advance from this bracket. And that's because things were thrown off a little bit. I would say that Moxy came in as the highest seed for Group B. Atow, probably the next highest performer there, with Rezears and Toxiic rounding out those final seeds. Rezears was close. I was expecting Rezears to play well based on his recent show matches, but his historic performance probably earned him that 3rd seed. And then the pool got flipped on its head. Almost exactly in the opposite direction. Moxy down to the bottom. Atow second to last. Then Rezears, then Toxiic. Rezears off the ceiling. He is so strong with these musties. Jack picks up this back corner boost. He turns infield, and that was never going to be a good way to stop that musty. Jack launching this one forward. If you're watching back on VODs, you're probably looking at the chat. They're all just still talking about the previous match. If you want your previous player to win in that match, all you have to do is type DSC_1439 and we will apply a victory for them post the match. Rezears up 4-3. Chat, if you think there was DDoSing in that last match, type DSC_1439. And if you don't think there was DDoSing, still just type DSC_1439. That's it. That's all I want to see in terms of discussions over that last series. Jack. A flick. That does not find anything. Gonna back off now. Pre-flipping out. Pogo? Imagine. A man can dream. It's almost always better to catch the ball and start a possession like Jack did, because a pogo is an end of a possession. It's a final shot attempt that usually cannot follow up. But we can still dream. Nice hook shot from Jack. Definitely the right decision not to pogo, because he maintains possession all the way up until this moment where he does get his goal. Rezears controlling this in the back corner. Oh my goodness, he just pulls musties out of nothing. This one, not necessarily for a goal. He just sends it into apparently Jack's corner. But it's still impressive he's even able to get such a strong one there. Anyways, Jack flicked to the backboard. Didn't work, so he's going to head back to his own corner. Passing to himself off the ceiling. Didn't get soft enough touches to really control and threaten with that dribble. Jack. Double jump, air roll. Gonna make it 5-4. Rezears playing from behind now. With a minute left to go, Rezears have been playing some really strong 1v1. I'd actually played Jack recently, and I forgot to mention it. It's just been so chaotic. But he did win in a 3-0 sweep when they played in a show match not long ago. Oh, Jack needed to bump him in order to try and prevent a goal. Couldn't do it. So within one. Rezears chipping this up towards Jack. Jack playing a ground game, and sometimes all it takes is a little cut. We've seen players so often try and play through the air here in ones. Jack is actually one of the rare players who's willing to just kind of cut the ball and take it away to another position and use that to score. We see him do that yesterday as well, and I'm not sure we saw a similar move from anybody else. Jack, nice read. Knows Rezears is desperate late in this game. Expects the early challenge, pops it over the top. 3-goal lead now with 23 seconds. What happened to the audio? Why does it feel so quiet? I don't know why, maybe because he didn't have boost. So rarely you just hear nobody boosting and the ball just bouncing across the field. Jack, double reset. Wait, is he gonna score off this? All according to plan for Mr. Jack. There's the musty and then the reset musty into Rezears, back into the butt of his car, into the net. Just like Jack lined it up. Rezears doesn't want to wait the 3 seconds. Game number 1 gonna go to apparently Jack. Last thing I'll say on the previous match, because we have to take a slight break here. If you're mad at me, I wasn't even the leader of this match. Bring up your qualms with the Rocket League French Discord. Chat, the regular chatters are you're just encouraging them. When you say people should find a better host than Feer, this was such a joke. I know that you're lying because you've been at every single stream for the past 365 days, but but the rest of the chatters don't know that, okay? They look like the subs are turning against me. Fear the Dana White of RL. Is it because I'm bald? Jack's gonna score first. It's because you're freaking jacked. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take the Dana White of RL if it's because I'm freaking jacked. Jack is freaking jacked, as he is going to follow up his game 1 win with a 2-0 lead. Rezears way off the ceiling is going to be able to get the ground pinch goal to open up his scoring. Got bumped by Jack, but did such a good job to aerial quickly to get his wheels on the ceiling, land perfectly, take advantage of his scoring opportunity. Jack just, almost got a direct angle to nets. Great follow-up. Booming it off the bounce to the top shelf. There's a little pinch with Rezears to start it all off. Rezears now able to counter after winning a boost race in his own back corner. Jack able to immediately respond to kick a goal of his own. Guys, you're currently copy and pasting a copy pasta, implying that I was clearly a Rocket League streamer when I met Dr. Feer. It's even worse for her. I met her, got her to date me, and then they released Rocket League. So she never stood a chance. Apparently Jack on the air dribble gets denied clean. Rezears is able to block the ball from clearing out of position. Jack trying to bring the ground game back to 1v1. It never left. Look at the hook shot from apparently Jack, 122 kilometers per hour. It doesn't have to be a fancy double resets. Rezears hoping, I think he wished he could have pre-flipped through. Wait, what? I had to go see it from Jack's POV, I guess, and I don't think it's gonna show us, but this might have been the Jack classic open net miss. I didn't get to see, but it really felt like from Rezears' POV it should have just been a goal for Jack. And the fact that he did that panic flip follow-up to try and dunk it, I feel like further cements that he felt like he should have just scored it. Because when you know you should hit it and you barely miss wide, you think, oh, sure, I barely missed, so it's going to bounce back in favor of me. No, you missed enough for it to bounce away from you as well. Jack launching the ball out with his diagonal flip. Rezears. Oh my goodness, doing a little bit of a similar flick, this time launching in the air, not out forward. Rezears has a reset. Jack low on boost, and he just takes it to what seemed like it was going to be the other side of the net, but he got it so clean. Might as well just rip a flick in once you get it out ahead of Jack. Jack has to be as careful as possible not to get off the back wallet and leave that near post open, which is why he's waiting so long, but Rezears gets around him because of it. returning to the ground. Game again with Rezears backing off. Just catches the ball. Flicks it top left as Rezears comes to challenge. Jack again, right back to another dribble, right back to a flick. Rezears might need to be a bit more aggressive on challenges to not allow Jack to this position, because he's clearly shown he's going to be getting a goal if he does. Jack, oh, Rezears, great catch and carry. Rezears front flipping to set this up to the sidewall while making sure he lands on the sidewall clean, and then gave it so much extra height by getting underneath it for the reset. Jack back to 1v1 classic bounce dribble hook shots. Recognized he could not get the boost there, so he turned back on the play, bumped Rezears, and then saw a demo, so followed up for another flip. He's actually threatening cutting the ball over to the left side, which is not a real threat. I don't think Rezears would really care too much if he goes over there. But if Jack can convince him to get faked, then he'd have an easier chance. Jack seemingly going back to his comfort dribble as much as possible, which is that low bounce, fake a hook shot over and over and over again. This time no fake. Just launched it away. He's wasting a decent amount of time, but it's not really time wasting time just yet, especially if Rezears can get this goal. Jack in and out on the save. Counterattack is not in, or I guess it might have been in. Did register, but it's going to be an easy save either way. Rezears air dribble out of his back corner, reset, flick. Oh, love the movement on this by Rezears. Not easy to get that left to right movement you need to outplay defenders, but look at him boost out away from the ball and then use that diagonal flick to put it back to that near post, or towards that near post over the top of Jack. He could really clutch up with a kickoff goal here. Down one, 14 seconds. Faked like he was going to go to the corner and didn't. And now trying to capitalize. Jack has a 100 boost. Brings this ball down to the ground. Pops it up. He's dead. So Rezears is going to have a bit of space. Oh, scammed! Absolutely scammed. He definitely thought that ball was rolling up the corner and thought he was going to get one more chance, but he didn't get there quite in time. Game number 2 going to go to Jack as well. Best of 7s are going to start in the semis. We're going to keep quarterfinals best of 5. 5 best of 7s would have been too long for me. Got to get the kids. You guys understand. Game number 3. Jack versus Rezears. Apparently Jack versus Rezears. I don't know if the title says that, if a mod fixed it for me, but fixing it now. Jack gonna instantly score again. I think he scored first all 3 games. This time air dribble bump will do it. Joasaki, they have the 21 months prime. Jack stealing this air dribble attempt away. Not able to get any sort of double off the back wall. Rezears fortunate that Jack... Okay, never mind. I was going to say, fortunate that Jack didn't get a better touch here to just punish this play for a goal. When you find yourself this far underneath the ball, completely not protecting it, it's usually just gets a power shot straight to your net. Jack didn't do that, but he did take it away and score quickly. Jack playing solid defense, extending the lead even more. This would be quite the bounce back from the show match a couple days ago when Rezears swept Jack. Rezears, nice counter after getting the ball around Jack. Jack being really aggressive in the attacking corner, hoping for a dream little pinch there on the back wall. Rezears, air dribble resets. All this happening probably too low, too close to net. Was hoping for a demo, but won't get it. Gonna rush this past Jack. Good read. But yeah, no, he's fine. I was gonna... Oh, never mind. No, he isn't. I was gonna say, did he go too quickly and therefore didn't have an angle to net? Oh, wow. My gosh. I can't get the words out. There's too many almost goals, and he is eventually gonna get it. It's gonna take him a lot longer than what I thought it would. Rezears lobbing this one to the net. Saying, Jack, go. Oh, I love this carry. This is so smooth from Rezears. He always has something extra mechanical in his bag, and that was beautiful. First touch, then the flip all the way through, continuing the carry, bringing it in over the top of Jack. Jack gonna get a kickoff goal the same. Neutral kickoff, another second kickoff. We've had first kickoff, yes. But have we had second kickoff? Jack is going to win second kickoff as they both go for single jump wave dashes that favors Jack. Rezears looking for some pre-flip madness. Down 2 now with a half a game to go. Needs to claw this one back if he wants to extend his run. Had a really hot start. Finished pool play with a loss to Toxiic. Might follow up that loss with another one to Jack to end his run. Ooh, that is so nasty. I mean, if it was a clip farm contest, there's no question that Rezears is winning. But in the actual game, he's down 1. Great catch. Great flick. 5-4. Jack able to side flip this out to the midfield. Again, not as clip-tacular as a Rezears goal, but that's Rezears' fault more than anything, probably, as he was up on the sidewall on 0 boost and couldn't catch back up to just a cut to the midfield. Now, another air dribble. What a shot from Rezears. It's read by Jack. Great save. Rezears trying to stay grounded on 100 boost. Ooh, that's not the backflip he needed. Was trying to recover back to wall, I imagine. As soon as Jack sees he's flipping this high in the air. Oh, no, he just got his wheels off. So that probably wasn't supposed to be a flip. It's just supposed to be a single jump where he can maybe get back down to the ground. So he's got the kickoff goal to maintain a close distance. Rezears, double jump, demo! Needs to get back down and score it. And he won't have any problem doing that. Rezears. Another kick-up possession in his favor. Oh my goodness, a brick wall 50. A donut wall on the field. Jack ends up just forcing it straight down. He really overshot it. And that was a very important set of goals for Rezears. We're in an interesting game number 3 now, with him on equal footing. Oh goodness, that is just a giveaway by Jack. He's letting it slip away. 8-7 now for Rezears. Jack on the verge of closing out the series early, and he just leaves the ball and lets Rezears have it. Jack pre-flipping, stealing the corner boost. You see Rezears taking a trip across the pads. Jack, I don't think, wants to go out very far. He wants to bring it back and take advantage of his boost advantage, because if he takes a really long trip, it's going to allow Rezears to get some. Now, that being said, he actually did get the spawn here, but he got it really late, meaning Rezears rotates towards the nets in a delayed fashion, allowing the punishments from Jack. Tough angle. Rezears saves it. Demoed now, though. High bounce means Jack doesn't get a quick shot. Allows time for Rezears to respawn. Low 50 just dunked straight up. Rezears has the follow-up. It should be free. Might not even need to follow it up. 9-8. Jack needs a great kickoff, or we're extending this series. Jack died. No flipping this one away. Is going to be able to pick up boost. Rezears maybe tried to demo him. Rezears staying on the ball while Jack picks up all the hundreds. Rezears gets the midfield 100 and gets back around the play. Jack was hoping to punish him by turning back on. Now has to go the length of the field without letting it hit the ground. Rezears going to dunk. Jack actually did just create a floor for the ball to bounce off of. Can he pre-flip this one? No. Rezears smart to just bump and interfere with Jack, who had to be careful about carrying the ball. It will hit ground. Rezears on the board. We'll head to a game 4. Fear your chat is fighting, make them stop or else I'm gonna cry. There's only one way to fight back. Take all the people who's fighting's message and add the cat. It's a pretty simple method to fight back. Game number 4. Rezears wants game 5. He says, I know you're behind schedule. I don't care. Jack wins this kickoff and converts. Jack maybe going air dribble. Cringe. Ooh, Rezears has done such a good job of dodging those. Rezears forcing this one up to the ceiling. And wow, just the perfect soft touch ping you hear on the crossbar when you know you placed it perfectly. I, of course, would never know. But I get to watch other players shoot it perfectly. Rezears reset ceiling height. Wave dash. Oh my goodness, the shot was strong. Jack sends it to the ceiling. Now he's just pulling his camera down to see what Rezears is up to know when he has to jump. He's going to have a couple pads to work with as Rezears looks to break him down yet again. Another musty that he goes to. Jack has the save. Yeah, we always watch from the attacker's perspective. Could be worth it to watch a bit more defense here. Rezears missing the side flip. And now getting undercuts. Don't think he's going to get a boost spawn, so he's got to play on very little pads. Dives out. Jack gets the ball dunked over the top. Zap dash. And oh, it's just, oh, wow. I was going to say it was already in. But no, it does bounce crossbar down and out. Jack 50. Can he get back to this? He will not. Rezears kickoff win. Safe play to just wave dash and pop the ball up high. One that keeps him down on the ground and has an available follow-up. He also had Jack starved out, so even overcommitting there wasn't that big a deal. Because Jack not able to get a quick counter without even a little bit of boost to help him. Now Jack has boost to work with. And is maybe going to try and bait Rezears in here. Maybe waited too long. Going to steal this boost. Goes extra high on the wall because he knows Rezears is looking to get him. Are we going to see the Moxy flick? Something similar as Jack flicks it top left and is within one. Rezears sees the incoming challenge, pulls off for the low 50, and allows Jack to push it into his car and go sailing past him. Jack not able to convert this kickoff. Great flip underneath the ball to keep the ball popped up high. Rezears, redirect it, do it for the fans! Ooh, Jack didn't get anything he wanted there. I think he wanted the 100 boost, I think he wanted to touch the ball, and instead he got nothing. And allows Rezears to pick up 100 and again score with a musty. Just surprising speed there. Not often do musties that are getting shot downward work out. In fact, they're usually a bad idea because it means you're shooting low and you yourself are up higher than the ball, meaning your recovery is likely to be worse than the defender if the defender saves it, because the defender's going to save the ball down low and then beat you. Oh, I love these cuts from Jack. But Rezears has found a way to score with those downwards musties. Jack has found a way to score consistently with a good old power slide cuts. It doesn't have to be fancy. You just have to channel your inner flakes. And Jack within two. Rezears. Empty jump into a 50. Actually, Jack somehow managed to get that not to go in. Picks up the 100 boost. And now instantly challenged by Rezears. Wanted to undercut him, but will settle for just bumping him off target. Maybe didn't even care to undercut him. Just wanted to interrupt him. That's what he does. Where is Flakes, though? Every once in a while, feels like every 6 months, Flakes will just go live, and then he'll maybe go live for like 3 days, and then he's gone again. Rezears no jump kickoff. Not going to work. We've seen a few players go for no jump kickoff, usually as a desperation method to try and bring the series back. And you usually don't want to let them dunk it right over the top of you. You're usually trying to go off to the one side or the other to kind of guide the dunk into a corner. But Rezears goes almost straight down the center with his no jump kickoff and just lets Jack dunk it over him. Rezears, nice double. 7-5. Looking like we could be going the distance in this quarterfinal matchup. Winner gets rewarded with a match against Newpo. Jack. Oh my goodness, sidewall touch does get it around. Rezears needs a bump on him or something, and he actually just got in his way, and that'll do it. 6-7 off of the nice aerial play. Jack popped it out to the midfield for himself, landed, and then pre-flipped out to play keep away. Jack, soft touch on this kickoff, needs another goal. Gonna pick up the 100. And sees Rezears go all the way to the midfield. Oh, great play. Couldn't quite force it in, though. He needed to score quickly. Tried to punish. Instead, he's going to get scored on. Not a bad idea. I think Jack was either going to demo if Rezears ran back to the ball, or since because Rezears went all the way midfield, he just tried to get a really clean catch, cut, and take to the net to punish, and he was just a short angle away from doing just that. Instead, it looks like he's going to have to play Game 5 as he boxes Rezears out from getting to this ball. And now we'll try and put one on for the fans in a surely lost game. Rezears pre-jumped that from a mile away. I thought he was going to try and redirect it on scoring his own net, but he did just hit it to the ground. Game 5 coming up after this short break. Type Aga if you want more. The crowd wants more. Remember when Rocket League Esports just tweeted out me as an egg in the crowd? That's when I knew Rocket League Esports Twitter do ball. Game 5, Jack and Rezears. Rezears trying to finish off a reverse sweep. Rezears on the attack to open up this Game 5. Forces to 50. Thought about going for that corner boost, but it hadn't respawned yet, so instead he's back out to the midfield, reset off the ceiling, and gets a great touch underneath the ball. He starts this by being way up high over the top of the ball, seeming like he might be hitting it down. Instead, goes underneath it and brings it back up. And the way Rezears has been playing, he has done quite a few hits down towards the net. Something you don't see very often, but one that he's scored on a couple times. Rezears, counterattack, open nets, 2-0. I believe not long ago, Jack was up 2-0 on a show match against Nass. Before Nass got 3 straights to beat him, then it was just no tournament money on the line, but guaranteed cash on the line for this one. Rezears flicking it in with style to get the 3rd goal. Jack's going to need to stop the bleeding quickly here to not let this one get out of hand. And that might be a good start. Rezears kickoff win of his own. Fake Jack outs. And this is what happens when you're as good in the air as Rezears is. Jack way overshot the challenge. To be fair, I think that's actually a slight Jack mistake. Even watching back from his POV, if Rezears went quickly, I think he still kind of overshot it there. But very easy to say in retrospect. Oh my goodness, Rezears throwing a breezy in as well. It's not just musties. Jack gives him the nice shots. How does he get such great touches on these? Sending it the length of the field just over the top of Jack. (5-1). Really clutching up here in game 5. 6-1 lead, 3 minutes 32. So tons and tons of time for Jack to bring it back. But definitely a tough position to play from. Jack bringing this back into his corner. Wants a demo, but Rezears staying speedy enough not to allow it. Oh my goodness, I'm surprised Jack went in for that 50. Rezears trying to get a shot out of it. A ton of back and forth. Ultimately, Jack does get the save. Zap dash recovery from him. And then he just hands the ball away, which is a bit of a surprise. A shot not nearly strong enough to entertain scoring, and instead just gives Rezears possession. Rezears, round double, Jack. It doesn't seem like he can decide what to do. It seems like he thought about going for boost, then said, no, maybe I'll fake and I'll take it across the net, but then maybe I won't do that either. Maybe I'll fake that, and then I'll take it straight down the center of the field. He's trying to mind game Rezears like crazy, and Rezears not falling for him. Jack on 0 boost. That did not respawn for him. The zap dashes are nice, but not fast enough to get himself boost. He is going to stay on top of the ball. Retreat to the back wall, not going to help him. 7-1. Jack can't find anything here in this game 5. Rezears bumped, but we'll be able to recover still. The scoring needs to start here soon for Jack, who dives in on the play, bumps Rezears, but he's not going to be able to easily collect this 100 and also get possession. There's a nice demo. There's the second goal for Jack. Minute 30. It's definitely going to include a couple kickoffs. Probably will need to even include a couple kickoff mix-ups. We'll see if he does anything special on this diagonal. Takes it straight through Rezears. Actually able to get a flip through and bump him, even though Rezears was the one who went wave dash. Rezears flicking in. I mean, we just are not getting much out of Jack. All the kickoffs are going in favor of Rezears. Rezears has been online for 4 hours. That's why he left the party. Rezears throwing another kickoff goal in. 9-2. Jack cannot figure out the kickoffs. Maybe going riskier and riskier as you know, the deficit gets bigger and bigger, but it's not paying off. He is going to get this boost steal. Rezears did well to just kind of hang out high on the wall, not allow himself to get demoed so that he would be around when the ball eventually did get brought to the net. Now, Jack will flick directly into Rezears, all but in the game. Felt like Rezears needed to break down earlier to give Jack a chance, and he just hasn't. He has stayed rock solid, continuing to waste tons of time. Rezears, 3 straight wins. Was on the verge of giving us a Newpo versus Jack rematch from pool play. Jack breaking his 3rd place seed from Group A, but it looks like in the end, Rezears, imagine that'd be so sick. The 360 turtle doink towards the net. Ultimately, Rezears is going to win. Rezears going to get a chance against Newpo in the semifinals. Jack drops the GG's GL. Rezears drops the extra goal and advances to play Newpo. GG's. I want to get it in. I got it in this time before they left. Normally, they're so fast to leave. I can't even get it in. Next up, Nass versus Atow. All right, give me a second. I need to actually use the restroom. I'll invite these guys so we can be ready to go quickly once I get back. Atow actually said he's going to be slightly late, potentially to this time anyways, so it maybe works well. Nass, Atow, new series, best of 5. Give you guys some music. How about some Score 1939 music? Yo, thank you for the raid. Whoever raided. WU. Rezears moves on to play Newpo for now. Nass versus Atow. That's where we're at. Oh, I forgot that's how I used to do it. I've been just including it as intros to the video instead of doing it at the start of the match. Breezy! Oh, that's a humongous raid. Breezy, they have a 714 million viewer raid. Huge. There's gaps in the market. Gaps in the market today. Lots of gaps in the market. Sergeant Gizmos, thank you for the prime. Hopefully Atow's here. He didn't confirm, but we're just testing out if he's here by... There he is. Try to go. It's Nass versus Atow in the quarterfinals of the Fear Frenzy. Atow drops his Have Fun, the classic. Nass maybe looking like a favorite to get back to the grand finals with the way he was playing yesterday in Group A. But he'll have to get through an Atow who limped his way into the quarterfinals. Got a final win over Moxy, his only win on the day that actually advanced him to this playoffs instead of Moxy. Broke the tie between them two in the process of beating him. Now let's see if he can beat Nass, another guy who has been a top EU 1v1er. Nass and Moxy collectively probably make up 90% of tournament winners from EU in the past 2 years or something. Them together are a force to be reckoned with in EU 1v1. Atow could really make a point by beating them both here if he can get his offense going today. His flick absolutely crashes into the crossbar. Nass is just trying to punish with a ground rolling power shot. Couldn't get it in. Atow might be able to score here, should be scoring here. And we'll get 2-1 to open it up in the first minutes. Nass front flipping to the back corner. Able to dodge this bump pressure from Atow, and I think a lot of that has to do with the front flip that he took. You can see, anytime you see a pro look like they're flipping like how you might flip in your game, know that there's a good chance it's not because you and them are the same skill. It's because they're usually modifying their flips to try and see if they can dodge demos in the process of getting to where they want to be. Otherwise, their flips are tight, clean, and as fast as possible. Nass gonna pop this one up to the ceiling, and never really had a great angle of attack. Pretty easy read to make because he's attacking at the net so high. Anytime, I mentioned this a million times before, but anytime you can't change the trajectory of the ball to go any higher, you're forced to just let it fall into the net. That is an easy read for defenders. Here, Nass just fakes, and that's enough to keep Atow glued to the back wall, and he couldn't get out to stop the follow-up. Atow, clean catch. Tornado spin up, and not once takes off ball cam for the whole air dribble. All the way down from the catch up into the 50. Nass, oh my goodness. The cannon absolutely launches this ball 107 kilometers per hour from deep in his own half. Goodness gracious. Just rolls the car forward to nestle it towards that back end and then flicks it. Pause. I lagged. When? Oh no. I paused it. Should I have waited? Another scam. Another scam game. Ugh. How you guys doing, chat? Should be fine. What else did he say? Sorry. We continue. 5-3. Not nearly as spicy as our last pause, which involved everybody being personally offended on everything that happened. What a save by Atow. Nass did have a pretty good position when the pause was enacted. But Nass has found himself right back in said position. And might be able to... No, nice recovery from Atow. Sending it into the crossbar, in and out of the net. Oh, what a save. Atow able to get back to this one quickly. Nass thought he could just pop it over the top of him. He thought, sure, I see you going in and out, but no way are you actually going to stop me if I just put a little height on this. He was wrong. Atow stole it clean. And now within one. Nass trying to recover. Follows back up, gets the 6th. Nass recognizing that he had lost the race to the boost, so he just didn't go get it because he didn't want to die. He just left it. And then he still dies anyways because Atow just gets him on the follow-up. Says, no, no, no. I insist on you being dead. Atow. Delay kickoff. Nass. Oh, a rare misplay? A side flip out of nowhere? Atow. Also, bit of a misplay. Felt like he was trying to get the reset and didn't. It'll be more obvious, I think, to us spectators in the next update. I'm assuming we as spectators will get to see the reset indicator, but who knows? Maybe it's really only just the person who's playing. Atow, 46 seconds to bring back this one goal, but he'll do it right now. The air dribble goes low, and the wave dash gets him the goal. Nass setting up high, didn't fully protect the low 50. Nass has 100 boost, has Atow backing off. Goes for a carry into an air dribble. Doesn't go for an air dribble bump like we see from a lot of people in that situation. Instead, boosted back away, and he wanted an air dribble 50. Atow maybe convinced Nass to go to the ground with that ceiling challenge. Nass took this ball away, didn't let Atow steal it from him. Now needs to muscle him off, passing up to himself. A ball only he can get to because of the boost, so Atow leaves. Front flip flick isn't good enough, but it did get Atow into net, which is a big deal. So now at 0 seconds, Nass might be able to end the game. Reset, tried to go over the top of Atow, didn't get it. Atow got a touch, Got it to the corner and got it to the ground. 6-6 OT. Game number 1, a delay kickoff. A mega cheese from Atow. We've seen it from him many times. Him and Feer both love their delay kickoffs, usually to try and come back in a game. This time Atow tried to steal OT with it. Nass can't quite get it in. There, it'll finally get through the nets. Atow will lose 7-6 as he's unable to flip that one away. I wonder if he flipped there instead of single jumping, if maybe that ball gets cleared, but as it stands, it's Nass with the early lead. Game 2, Nass and Atow. Atow putting up a strong game 1 despite not being able to get the win. Nass feels like one of the tougher players to play against. Nass loves to switch his car. He has got to be rank 1 in car switches. Is there someone who switches car more than Nass? He'll win or loss. He often just goes in to get a new car. Atow air dribble reset. This car not working so well for him. So let it be known, he'll be changing car again. Atow hanging out of the midfield to see if he can get a goal from this ball bouncing out. Didn't get it and wasn't able to pick up the boost. Nass, always tough to score a rolling ball. And he will not score on the first time through. Try the second time. Atow waiting as late as possible to kind of catch and flick the ball away instead of panicking and jumping into it immediately. Nass is putting on, I would say, C-tier shots over and over again. But not F-tier because they don't give up possessions. So even though they're not standing any chance of going in, they're extending his possession at the least, and then he baits Atow into making a bad play and gets his chance for an easy shot. Kickoff goal attempts. Got Atow to jump, but missed off the crossbar. That soft touch is also going to be off. Atow with an air dribble will need to use this reset to bring it back towards net, and was never threatening another one, so Nass resets down to the ground. Atow shadowing and moving back towards the net means that 50 or that touch, whenever a 50 just has no power at all. Therefore, the attack continues and eventually converts for Nass. Atow, oh, what a catch. Takes this ball away from the back wall. Doesn't allow Nass to jump out and challenge it safely. Then down on the ground and just kills it and cuts it back to that near post. Nass. Ooh, able to bump Atow instead of getting undercut. Clearly what Atow wanted, but Atow actually just takes the bump and uses it to wave dash. And has a decent possession out of it. Will we see the DS challenge? The air dribble from the back wall. Atow reset, has boost to spare. Brought it too high. But fortunate that Nass wasn't in position to counter it all. We'll steal his boost now, so we're not going to see another air dribble. Instead, it'll be Nass who gets a chance. Multiple resets and gets it in. Atow gives him the nice one. Seemed like maybe Nass was going to go to the ground after that first reset. Got the second one. Could be a wave dash. No, instead, he flips immediately underneath it. Able to tap it with the tail end of his car and make it 3-3. Now, this is an interesting kickoff from Atow. A mix-up we don't see very often. Getting side on the ball. Losing it quite intentionally, but trying to control the loss. Controlled it well. Sent it back into his own corner. And then got this high-quality possession. And will double jump and protect the ball to make it 4-3. Nass. A couple different camera checks to see what he's dealing with as he rotates back. And Atow just gave him quite the assist. Oh! Nass is okay, even though it seemed like he was maybe trying to hook shot it. If there was ever somebody who did wipe their hands off when playing, I would say it's Nass. Nass has the most unskipped replays, as if he's, I don't know, getting many sips of water, Newpo style, maybe wiping hands off, whatever it is. You'll just not skip very uninteresting goals for whatever reason. Nice play from Atow. Nass just air dribbling this straight to net is going to be good enough. What happened here from Atow POV? Missed a flip, it seems. And then it's just recovering so late. There's just no way to get to the right spot in net. I think he had almost just given up on that the way he flipped into net. Atow needs to be careful now. After hitting that ball down, he's just kind of in panic mode to prevent Nass from getting an easy opportunity. He did, and then he got a great save on the follow-up opportunity for Nass. Nass just passed the ball to Atow, who placed it so well. This is not free. I mean, obviously, there's a mistake from Nass to send a pass off the back wall when he's on 0 boost, but he did need to shoot just about perfectly in order to get Nass to not make the save. You can see Nass flying off the back wall, assuming top left, or top right, I guess it would have been. Or no, top left from Atow POV. But it goes low. Nass going to get his tie goal. 6-6. Able to be unaffected by the bump plays from Atow as he flips through. Wave dash kickoff from Atow. The early jump still results in Nass with possession. 50, trying to glue it to the ground. Atow, though, got his wheels on the ground quickly as well. Was able to box out the follow-ups. Boost grab from Nass. He knows Atow's very, very low. And he's going to go for a delayed flick. It'll work. Atow picking up a couple pads on the way back to net. So he got 44 to work with, but still forced into a certain, retreat when you have no boost. Allows Nass to get the full setup and then punish him with that delayed flick. Ooh, Atow, though, might be able to equalize here. Decided not to go for the quick angle. It was going to be nearly impossible, so instead, getting up with boost steals and play through the air. Actually just flipped it early into Nass, and now can't steal the 100. Nass also having the ball kind of get a little bit too far out of his control. So Atow in a similar situation. Nass, though, just waits out. Refuses to shoot. And this is just great reads from Nass. Not pulling the trigger until Atow actually comes out to challenge him. And Atow just waits too long, and Nass is able to dunk it in. Atow's hoping that Nass will greed out an early shot and then he could save it and counter. Nass does not do that. Atow, ooh, denied on his goal off the kickoff. One he desperately needed to keep this game going. But he will have to play from behind. Nass wins the first two as we head to game 3. BRB. Oh, yes, it is best of 7. No, it's not. Sorry, I got faked. I got scammed for a second. No, we're still in the quarterfinals. Still best of 5. I was like, oh my, you almost had me for a second. No, quarterfinals are best of 5. Game 3. Atow, air dribble, ball cam. It's what we love him for. And he gets a goal off it. If you've watched enough of these air dribbles, players do not just keep ball cam on the whole entire time. But if you're Atow, he always does. Nass, couple wall dashes as he retreats. Atow, great recovery. That felt like a position that Nass was going to get a counterattack goal, and most players would. But Atow, quick to get back. Another nice air dribble. And the flip resets will get it past Nass. Every match from here on out is an elimination match. The whole playoffs are single elimination. Nass cannot get the demo. 50 in this, up into the corner. Will now back off. Atow with 2 straight. Can he make it 3? Yes, he can. This time he does it by going low and 50ing. Nass jumping with such a negative momentum, so hard to win 50s in that shadow. You usually have to guide nice speed from Nass. You usually have to guide the ball to one side or the other. Atow pre-jumping. Nass floating with the ball. These guys just watching each other in the air. Nass is looking to see if Atow is starting to go back down to the ground, and then he can maybe continue over him. If Atow goes too high, he can drop down. So they're both just kind of watching each other in the air with the pre-jump. Atow, this time his low reset wave dash is red. Nass expects it, but the follow-up shot is clean. Atow is maybe hoping for a bump or a demo, some way to convert that. That's why Nass just goes and camps out as high on the back wall as he can. He's just hanging out and waiting for Atow to leave. Being away from being a target of a bump so that he can then get his air dribble and then converts on his air dribble for a second goal. Nass pop up wants a high double, maybe, or never really followed up. Isn't hard touch to the back wall like he was planning for a double. Dribbling to the moon, like everyone on the blue team gets to here on Manfield Night. Goes for the resets and takes it low. Faked it all the way down, though. If he doesn't stay close to the ball on his descent, then he will not convince Atow to jump. So there's tons of work that goes into that dribble all the way down to the ground in order to make defenders miss. Nass recognizes that Atow is going to be landing late, that he got rid of the ball without a recovery in mind, and just passes to himself off the back wall. Nass reset shots into Atow. He was hoping to bump him as he flipped past him there. And that angle on his flip was very committal because it puts him out of a perfect rotation. You can see Atow holding off because he recognized that he was going to get bumped if he continued. And here is that intentional loss into his back corner that we saw him use effectively last game. Feels like an air dribble bump, but no, instead he actually just rolls through and gets one more touch. If we watch from Nass POV, I feel like he's angling a jump to maybe get around something and then recognizes, oh, I gotta just flip out. It's going even farther. It's just a regular air dribble. Atow easily getting to this ball before Nass. You can see him turning his reverse camera on to see how comfortably he's going to be able to get this follow-up. The answer is quite comfortably. These two playing for a match against Toxiic, who was able to win in his pool. Atow losing to Toxiic in pool play. Yes, yeah, he did lose. Toxic's one loss came to Moxy. Nass, low 50, 47 seconds. Probably needs this sequence to go his way. He wants to bring this back. Wanted a little bump. Atow is able to avoid it. And now take it to a side wall. He's not even looking to go towards the net. Doesn't feel like he needs to. He's just trying to waste a bit of time. And missed the back wall touch, so that's going to be, oh, almost not a goal. A couple nice wall dashes got Atow within range, but it is a Nass goal. 25 seconds. More than possible. Could really afford a great kickoff here. Atow wave dash recovers and has possession. Immediately looks to reposition the ball to the blue half, but might have just gotten rid of it. Could have afforded to hold on to possession instead. That's a great save, though. Forcing it into the orange back wall, all the way across the blue half. Possession steal. Atow not going down easy. He'll take game 3 and force Nass into an extended series. Epic Games posted an official statement about the bot problem on RL status. An update on bots and what's next. Fair competitive play is the core of the Rocket League experience. Bots are a real challenge, and we appreciate players and creators speaking up. Any solutions we deploy must meet high accuracy standards at Rocket League scale. Even a very small error can have a meaningful impact. Okay, basically they're saying we might ban a bunch of people who aren't bots if we aren't careful about it. Overhauling bot detection to improve accuracy, more frequent ban waves, disincentivizing smurfing and account selling, including removal of competitive rewards. Yeah, people need to know that they're not going to get rewards. By the time you watch this back, this news will have been out for a while now. But there's big news here in the Rocket League scene. What's going on with the bots in ranked? Nice flick. It will be a goal, but only after a couple more bounces. So what's coming with our easy anti-cheat deployment? Block third-party injections on online playlists. No Bacchus mod when playing online. Hardware level bans, making repeat offenses more challenging. Okay, your computer is going to get banned when you cheat. Canceling matches and preserving MMR when violations are detected. That, I think, is going to be really important. If streamers' games are going to be auto-canceled when they recognize the opponent is cheating, I think that's going to be huge. Nass cutting this around Atow because people will just go, oh, you know, then the public message is like, you can't do it. It doesn't work because you just get it canceled. Continuous evolution of cheat detection in partnership with the Easy Anti-Cheat team and learn more about Easy Anti-Cheat. This isn't a one-patch fix. It's an ongoing effort. I mean, everybody has already panicked and said, once this goes in, cheating's not going to slow down at all. And who knows? Maybe that is true. I wonder... It seems like every time I've watched a bot play, they always do the bot wiggle. Is there some way to to quantify and identify the bot wiggle? Or will the cheaters just, like, code the bots to no longer bot wiggle? Like, they'll just change their brains. Like, when bots get behind the car or get behind the ball, they just wiggle in such an obviously bot way. But I guess then humans could somehow repeat that wiggle. It sounds like they're going to try. It sounds like they're going to try, but it sounds like they very much value not banning a real human. So they'd rather miss a bot than ban a human. Would you guys feel honored if the anti-cheat system banned you and said you're a bot? At this point, would you feel like you were playing well? I would feel lied to. Atow air triple bump. I'd question reality. Is it right? Am I a bot? Oh my goodness, look at this punishment from Nass on the kickoff. We've seen half flip kickoffs a ton. You just have to half flip, recover, and get the save. But man, it felt like Atow did about as good as you could. But Nass didn't just score in the bottom left corner. He scored by hitting the post, having it bounce up, and then go in, which keeps it away from the Atow clear. I think if you could do that just about every time, you would catch a lot of the half flippers out and get a lot of goals. But that's not really a repeatable shot. Atow fakes a musty and then lets the ball bounce down and score off the bounce. Nass. What a great follow. Ooh, almost a goal. Had to forcefully go quick just to make sure Atow missed and then almost able to make it a double touch. 0 boost left over. This fake doesn't work to score. Atow launched this towards the net, and I don't think Nass is making it back. I think it's just a goal. Does hardware bans mean they're banning anyone who's ever used the bot? I don't know. I'm assuming there's some way with easy anti-cheat to identify the hardware that's running the game and ban it at that level. And without knowing anything about cheating, my guess is the cheaters have, you know, found some way to get around that. Like, I don't know. It just seems like it's a never-ending battle. Nass, great fake to go low. The cheaters, unfortunately, see, Nass does not punish as well this time on the half-flip kickoff. The cheaters, unfortunately, don't just go, well, you got me, whenever you add a way to stop them. It's really just too bad. Instead, it feels like it fires them up even more. Like, oh, you think I can't find a way to cheat around this too? Atow pass to himself, hook shot. Atow trying to keep this over here in the blue half. He's trying to force a game 5 right now. And might be able to. Air dribble. Reset. Delayed. Musty. Oh my goodness. Atow. 7-5. A saucy flick. Shoots it behind the back of Nass and into the top left. This time, Atow tried something similar. Puts it on the post, and that's right where Nass is. Chat reminding me that the scoreline is 6-7. Thank you. Atow, what a low 50. Has to try and survive the demo if he wants to get a follow-up goal, but doesn't really need to get a follow-up goal, so he can just survive the demo and not worry about it. Now he's back with possession in his own half. Single jump. Again, never taking ball cam off, which I feel like throws him off when he's trying to do stuff like this, but he clearly doesn't mind it. I'm going to stay his POV so you can see. Feels like he might have even had a better angle if he just took it off. Nass could end the series with another goal. Atow forces a game 5. Nass air dribble, tries to go over the top of Atow. He won't allow it. He'll send it to the ceiling and into the ground. Game 4 OT. Nass kickoff is in. That'll do it. 8-7. It's GG's. Nass will advance to play Toxic. A strong fight from Atow, but it ends here as Gentlemates' Nass advances to the semifinals. All right, chats. Nass versus Rezears, or sorry. Rezears versus Newpo. Coming up next after this short break. The Liquipedia volunteers are slow to add it, but trust me, Nass just won right here. We'll play Toxic. Newpo Rezears, we're into the best of 7s. Be right back. No, we're 18 subs behind Marble's line. Not special K, thank you for the prime. Zach is back. Thank you for the tier 1. Oh, the volunteers. The volunteers aren't doing free work. Imagine. All right, we are probably right on time for when I scheduled this match, if I had to guess. Or actually, we could be 15 minutes late. Yeah, we're 15 minutes late. Okay, we're still slightly behind. Is there enough time for a VIP coin flip? Sure, who wanted the VIP coin flip? Newpo wants blue, we can do that. I think we have him on blue. Lath 0000 has just put 250,000 channel points, is my understanding, on the line. I'm trying to remember what it was. For a chance at VIP. If he doesn't get it, he loses his points and he is banned for 2 weeks. Lath! What do you want? Flip the coin first, whatever results comes out. My choice is opposite. If it's heads, I choose tails. If it's tails, I choose heads. Okay, this is the pre-flip then. This is the pre-flip. He wants whatever flip happens after this. So we're gonna flip first. It's heads, he wants tails. Chat, if we get tails, we have a new VIP. Bang! What a genius! Genius. A million IQ. All right. Newpo gets blue because he is the higher seed. Vizox, save me the prime. These guys were joking about trying to get blue, but if Newpo wants it, he's higher seed. He can have it. Just remind him it's 7 now. Chat, here we go. It's Newpo versus Rezears. It is a continuation of the Feer Frenzy. We are into the semifinals, the best of 7 portion. Everybody here is walking away with money. They have made it into the cash prize, but they want more than that. They want more cash, and they want good practice, I imagine, as 1v1 RLCS grows closer every day. We've got Newpo versus Rezears. Rezears has had a really good run of matches recently. His only blemish, a loss to Toxiic, that resulted in him not winning his pool. Other than that, he has played great Rocket League 1v1. Question is, can he beat Newpo? Doesn't seem like anybody can. I don't think Newpo has had to go to a deciding game with anybody yet. He has been confidently winning, backing up his World Championship victory. Rezears will equalize in this game number 1. Vizox, thank you for the prime, and Tolkas85, thank you for the 9 months. I believe that what I said was true, right? Newpo. No, I take that. Wait. No, yeah. 3-1 DrKnown, 3-1 Jack, 3-1 Nass. He actually hasn't swept anyone yet, but he did beat everybody without going game 5. Rezears gonna get a soft musty and dunk this in. Newpo just sent it right back into his car. Newpo versus Rezears. Make sure to update the title. Rezears has definitely been playing well. I feel like he's been inspiring confidence. He's been streaming a lot, and he probably is streaming right now, I would imagine. Twitch.tv/Rezears if you want to see Rezears POV, or if you happen to speak German and prefer the German stream, Rezears will be over there. Newpo falling off the ceiling. Not quite able to get this in. Rezears pinches it away. I think it was going to bounce out even without his help. Newpo. Air dribble 50. Grabs the 100. Rezears playing on very little. If he can escape here, it will be a big win for Rezears. I feel like Newpo's so good at converting on his goals when he has a good advantage. Rezears at the very least is going to get 100 boost. Heavy first touch from Newpo. Trying to bait Rezears out into the midfield and punish him, and that's exactly what happens. Rezears thinks he can close the distance, and then Newpo plays the way he likes to play, with speed. Don't give him the opportunity to just beat you by playing quick, because that's what he wants to do. And now has equalized 2-2. Newpo will flick in a tight angle shot here after Rezears' Poe goes off the post. Rezears, ooh, nice reset. Made it seem like he was bringing this down to the ground, but immediately stopped the downward trajectory of the ball, right as Newpo thought he was going to maybe challenge. So often you see players take that down to the ground nowadays and pop it back up. That's what Newpo's turning in for. Newpo demos Rezears and takes it in for a fourth. I don't think I've seen someone use this green security laser goal explosion before. I think, is the red the default? Is it part of Rocket Pass? Do I need to go grind my Rocket Pass? Get my laser goal explosion? Rezears picking up a demo. And I'm not sure what his plan is. Oh, it's a 50. Normally when you're going this fast, it's pretty dangerous air dribble. Unless you have great protection of the ball or you're going to try and bump. But Rezears so far underneath the ball, still the 50 works. Oftentimes it's dangerous to 50 from below the ball like that. You just let the ball get stolen right off the top of your car if things don't go well. Newpo says, thanks for the pass. I was hanging out up at the top of the arena, hoping you might do something like this. Rezears just, I mean, maybe he's thinking Newpo's coming in for an early challenge. And so he was heading it to the ceiling in order to get over the top of that early challenge. But Newpo was just camped out on the side wall, waiting for the ball. And he was gifted it. Now converts on a kickoff as well. Newpo zap dashing off of a kickoff win. Rezears looked like he tried to do similar. Newpo already up. Rezears hadn't even begun to set up his air dribble, and Newpo was at ceiling height, reading his mind, knew exactly where he was going to put the ball. But that wild aggression comes with its downsides, and he doesn't always connect. This time he's hoping for a pre-flip challenge in the corner. Didn't make contact. Newpo wants a wave dash demo. Isn't able to get there. Rezears a surprising bit of power from that flick. And it's going to be really important because the difference between that power and not is whether he gets the boost steal and keeps this going to the ceiling for the reset. He missed! Seemed like he had a peak shot. And he really needs it too. Down by one. Would have went a long way. Nice flick by Newpo to go over the top of Rezears. Now bumping him out. Shot will be easy. Rezears down 2 with a minute left to go. Newpo just all over the ball. Watch it from Rezears' POV. If he's right to back off, you can get Newpo Wow, this is a great dual purpose flip. To get the demo and touch the ball towards the net does not seem easy. But Rezears, wow. I mean, I think he just got the demo first, jumped, and then it just had a really quick recovery to put the flip on target. Delay kickoff from Newpo. He's mixing it up here late. These guys are going to collide together. Rezears trying to put Newpo on the wrong side of the ball. Didn't quite bump him hard enough. Newpo flick top right. 8-6. Remains 2 goals in the lead. Rezears able to pick up sidewall on an air dribble. Shot is in. Still a chance. Took him way less time than he has remaining to get this goal. And he really loves these resets where he rolls underneath the ball and front flips and just gets such a surprising angle based on where you see him setting up. Ooh, Rezears wanted the Moxy kickoff. The wave dash bump to throw Newpo off. He's actually in a great position, though. Newpo is going to be swinging back with no boost now. He'll have 100 by the time it's time to defend. But he might have been out of position. Rezears wave dashed it, and honestly, it wasn't even on. It was short of the nets. Newpo playing a bit of keep away in the final moments, forcing Rezears into the corner. No boost left over for Newpo. Was it a mistake? No, because Rezears can't keep it up. So game number 1 will go to Newpo. Not a bad fight from Rezears. But the world champion takes the early lead. Game 2. Newpo and Rezears. Newpo has his name hanging in the rafters of Champions Field. Will he be able to add to it? You get your name up there twice? Surely you do, right? Every season gets added. It's not like it's just a list of the winners. Newpo maybe wants to repeat. Rezears. Reset. Wait, oh my goodness, this wave dash pinch. Newpo even admits it's a nice one. It's going to go in at only 62 kph. It feels like so much more than that. As it goes in so strong. Newpo falls off of the inside of the post at the worst time. Does Newpo rock a title? No, he doesn't rock a title. Literally no title. I was going to say, does he rock a title for his World Championship win? Assuming they gave him one. But instead, he's rocking no title. Is that aura, chat? Is it aura to just go titleless? Newpo dunking straight over the top for his first. Nice. Kating. I never want to say your full name. Thank you for the 19 months prime. Rezears flicks and scores. No title is for bots. That'd be so funny. The bots get created to farm the titles and the rewards, and therefore devalue them, and nobody uses them anymore. But again, those are only for the ranked ones. Obviously, the pro ones are always going to be unique to pros, so no reason not to use the pro ones. But I could see SSL titles just becoming the opposite of aura, because now they're just cheated. Newpo going to get his second goal. We're going to switch to full screen here. I'm losing a frame here and there. Hopefully you guys can't even tell because the game runs at faster frames than we put out to the stream, but Rezears sees Newpo floating down to the ground, and Newpo's challenge turned off audio for a second. What was that? Rezears. Nice pop out to get this ahead of the Newpo challenge. 4-2. I don't care how you can be a non-SSL. I don't think having an SSL tag is cool. Yeah, it's tough. It's interesting the people who buy them. I've heard that this person, you know, might buy them. A person who thinks they should be SSL. And so thinks that, you know, if they just buy the title, they can back it up with their gameplay because they should be SSL. But then I don't know who else could possibly want it. There can't be enough market of people who are just like that. Rezears taking a freebie, making it 6-2. If you're borderline, you shouldn't be rocking it anyways. My take is that only borderline players rock the tags. If you're rocking a GC tag, it's because you're Champ 3 or GC 1. You got GC, you're just barely in there. You maybe even fell out. But then you're like, well, sick, I got the tag to prove it. GC2, GC3, it starts to become embarrassing to use the tag. It's like, oh, clearly people up here should be using SSL tags. So if you don't have one, you're not going to use your GC tag. Nice side flip flick. Unless, of course, you use the Season 4 Grand Champ like Daniel from NRG does. Rezears, wow, just everything going his way right now. Newpo not having a lot of bite to his challenges anymore. Falling from the ceiling, just never really stood a chance. Newpo able to play keep away, not get bumped. Oh yeah, I forgot, can't tab out anymore. We're on full screen. Two minutes, 10 seconds. Tons of time for Newpo to bring it back if he doesn't get tilted out of this game. And this would be basically like a death blow to Rezears to lose this one. Rezears has to win this game 2 with putting up 8 goals, having, you know, at least a 5-goal lead at some points. To not win this one while also being the underdog can be an impossible feat to come back from. Nice wave dash on the back wall to recover and save. Off the ceiling. Ooh, his muskies have been so good. But against the world champ, all of a sudden they've lost their luster. Rezears maybe playing a bit of time wasting as he brings this ball back into his own half. He is still playing quickly, playing into Newpo's hands. He would love to have both of them just flying around the map, trying to play at their maximum speeds. That is a game that I promise you Newpo will win. Newpo, bounce, dribble, flick. He has erased the deficit at this point. 47 seconds to score the final goal he needs. He's got all the time in the world in overtime. Zap dash from Rezears into the back corner. Newpo playing keep away, not trying to score right away. Oh, what a pinch from Rezears. Did Newpo help him here, or did he do this all by himself? Was there any touches from Newpo? That's one way to counter. Yeah, I think there was some help from Newpo. I don't know if it goes in like that without Newpo kind of sending it back up into him. 9-7 though, 33 seconds, still a chance for Newpo. Not as good of a one, of course. He predicted Rezears clearing it to this corner, went out ahead of him, got the boost, and was not able to get around just yet. Really only need to leave like 5 seconds, just enough time after the kickoff to get underneath the ball and therefore keep it up for the rest of the time you need to score. So he's got enough. Air dribble bump. I would say 7 is enough. Whatever happens on the kickoff, he should have enough time to at least get underneath the ball and then attempt to keep it up to win this game, or at least send it to OT. Rezears, not a great kickoff. Newpo, chance, throws it towards net. Rezears saves it high. Newpo should get another chance before this is all said and done. This one to the sidewall. Newpo has time to pick up the 100. Can he avoid Rezears hitting it to the ground? He got bumped, but he's still underneath it. Huge side flip to send it really high. Rezears trying to send it the length of the field. Tough read. Newpo can't get it. Rezears puts it on the ground and takes game number 2. Game 3. Rezears might have had the first opportunity. That first touch was not it, though. Actually made up for it slightly by at least playing it around Newpo. Rezears on 0 against his own back wall. Feels very unlikely he comes out of this without getting scored on. And he does not. I decided not to mute up. I did that intentionally. I hope you guys know. I drank in front of the mic on purpose. Newpo, air dribble. Down to the ground for a ground pinch, and even with a 50, able to force it in. Rezears waited it out, jumped too high to get this clear. Newpo was on a pretty strong run to end game 2. Wouldn't be surprising to see him continue that here. Air dribble bump, a demo, cringe all you want. Newpo will take his goal. That was a nice clean catch to take it away from Newpo. Survived the bump attempt. Can he get a goal for all his hard work? He puts it directly over the top of Newpo. Needed a bit more height if you wanted Newpo to miss. Newpo, power slide, catch, landing, take it to the other side of the field. Down to just cut back and forth across the net as many times as he needs until he eventually gets his goal. Newpo not going to let Rezears recover back for free. Will demo him. Nice respawn from Rezears. Pre-flip for a save. Newpo staring him down to get an idea of how far away he is. Rezears did make it back. Now Zupo's going to switch the field. Did I just combine their names? Newpo's going to switch the field. Newpo 5-0 now. Great midfield play. Rezears maybe scared of the bump attempts. Soft flick, tried to run away. Left Newpo available to take the booming shot to nets. And now Newpo trying the no-jump kickoff. Lost it to his corner, not going quite as well as it did for Atow against Nass. Rezears can't dunk that in. Rezears, quick read of an early challenge from Newpo, but it feels like this is coming maybe a little bit too late as he chips it over the top of an aggressive challenge. Newpo, nice recovery off kickoff. Demo 6-1. Can somebody telephone their local Liquipedia worker? Because I'm assuming it hasn't been entered who the last match. That seems to be a very common question. If you're here and do want the spoilers, Nass was able to win. Rezears pinching this to get it towards net in time, and he's done that. This would be the steal of a century. If Rezears could win this game, Newpo pulled out to a 4-0, I believe it was, maybe even 5-0 early lead. It just felt like he ended the game so early. But technically, Rezears has got time. A couple nice plays. He could make this a lot more interesting. Did Newpo didn't just pogo it from the ground on defense, did he? To pop back up. Rezears, tough angle. Didn't get it. Crossbar down. Not in. Great wave dash. Got his third. Minute 8 to get 3 more. Rezears. Ooh, nice recovery from Newpo. Felt like that should have been a follow-up goal. Rezears agreed. Imagine he somehow pinched it there. Newpo getting undercuts. Rezears does not make anything out of the setup off the ceiling. And every second that is bought is probably enough to make sure he capitalizes on that early surge he had. Rezears has had the edge in the last few, but no longer. All right, we will pause here. I don't know how they partied with Newpo. Are they partied with us? I'm pretty sure you can't even like just go next. Okay, that helps. That really how did they get in? I'm pretty sure the yeah, I guess we got to remake. Yeah, I guess we remake. Interesting. I create it with password and it's like random characters. I'm pretty sure Rocket League picks the random characters, but obviously I just picked a new Smash keyboard set of characters that I don't think anyone would ever be able to find out, but Newpo still has good connection to this one, which is nice. Game number 4. Rezears makes it 1-0. The reason why we make the matches with passwords, random passwords, Because it seemed, I'm pretty sure back in the day it was more bugged to do party only. You would do party only, and people would show up. Rezears leak and stream. He can't even leak it. I'm the one who created it. And I'm pretty sure Rocket League, as a default, creates like a random string of characters, like a hash, basically, impossible to guess. And Rezears couldn't even leak it because even if he could see my screen, you just see stars. Like, he wouldn't have the actual password. These guys got in the match by being in my party, so I don't know how they could possibly have leaked it. I think sometimes Rocket League just messes up. Wait, how did you get in? How did you get in? Fujix is right here. Air dribble reset, 2-1. That was who was just in there. No, it's impossible to get lucky. I was the host of Moxy Shotty and forgot to change the logs. Oh, wait, what? You just joined? You just joined. What? Why did you join? You just hop in a party and then you saw the game going on and you still just hopped in? No. He didn't brute force it. You would never be able to. It sounds like he was here for the first match. And I think if you join a private match, it'll like automatically use the same settings while you have the game booted up for the next one you do. So he was in that original match maybe, and then he just bro, I just want to do a 1v1 my brother. You didn't notice? You didn't notice the show match was going on? You just thought, oh, this is a standard private match after I join it. I'll just hop in. It's not like you joined the private match and insta-joined, too. Like, you came into the server, waited 30 seconds, and then joined in. Rezears off the ceiling. The Mawkzy's have been so good! So good he didn't have to do them. Although Newpo, to be fair, I'm not even sure he's been scored on by the Musty. Rezears has had solid ones in the tournament so far, but it was a good enough setup that Newpo respected it. Rezears literally gave the code to his friends and told him to join the match to demo Newpo so his chance of winning would go from 0.001. That's a Zim copy pasta, and I've just seen too many of them to finish them. Newpo flick. Sent to the corner by Rezears, who is biding his time for his possession and will eventually get it. Newpo has boost to work with, though. Oh, Newpo just absolutely slams it in his own net. Probably had no choice but to do it. He needed to make a save, but absolutely clanged it into the crossbar and into the net. Templitude. Is my mustache unruly? Do I need to trim it? Or do we like it unruly? Oh, you were the first person. So many people are copy posting. Nice, Newpo. Breezy showing you how to flick. Or Newpo showing you how to breezy flick. I think we got the breezy raid earlier today. Shout out to Breezy. Newpo got wave dash bumped off the kickoff, but instantly flipped, was able to keep his car down and still get boost. It felt like a great recovery, but ultimately, I guess Rezears still gets his goal. Newpo pre-flip pop to give himself a nice bounce dribble at the midfield. Fake 50. Ooh, credit to Rezears for saving that. Hard to keep that from going in. Zero boost left over, picking up pads, swinging around the back wall, pinning it over the top of the crossbar. Nwpo's going to try again. Yeah, we're watching from Rezears' defensive POV. This is what it's like to try and deal with Nwpo. Barreling down on offense over again. He just got a perfect spawn of boost. We got to see, because we got to see his name tag show he had 100, but if you weren't paying close attention, you never would have seen it in the corner. Newpo holding off the Rezears attack. Minute 17. Rezears not giving up on this one just yet. But with a shot to net good enough to get him a boost steal, and he is right back on the ball, forcing Rezears to use everything he has to recover and save, as opposed to setting up anything going the other direction. But with how aggressive Newpo is, he does let these moments happen where Rezears can just flick past the early challenge and then not have to deal with any defenders when shooting on an open net. It's always been the way Nwpo's played, though. I don't think he's going to change it now. He thrives off of the aggression. Oh my goodness, it's too much. It's too good. And it allows Nwpo to make a save. Rezears, he needed a quick shot across the field, but he just got so much power on that flick. Newpo. Oh, he's showing Rezears that he's got the musties as well. Earlier in the tournament, Rezears were scoring these musties over the top of the ball. It doesn't happen very often. You have to be so confident it's going to work when you're shooting a musty down. But it's down into the crossbar and in. And it's 9-6. It's a 3-1 lead. It's probably an advancement to the finals. I mean, Newpo continues to be the standard in 1v1. Are we on track for another Newpo 1v1 world champion? When's the last time we really had back-to-back repeating world champions in anything? Newpo gonna get a 10th. I mean, the original Dig team were doing repeats. Look at that flip. Oh my goodness, dude. If you watch that again from the beginning, Newpo is just, I mean, I was less locked in because he had already won this series, or this game, I should say, not series. It is a best of 7. But that was maybe the most ridiculous shot he's scored yet. It's way too early to say. I'm just trying to think, who are repeat winners? We've had, I just feel like we don't get repeat winners very often in threes. It'd be wild if Newpo were to repeat. Hard to argue that he's not most likely to win as it stands right now. No back-to-back world champions since the Open era. How about back-to-back LAN winners? Other than Vitality, who did Boston Major then Worlds. I mean, Batira and his teams win a ton, but I'm not even sure they repeat much. Feels like we get new winners a lot. We're waiting to ready up because the ads caught up to us, so we're just running them and then readying up once they're done, so nobody has to miss any action. Can we get the winner of this tournament versus Slater? Probably not, because this is they're European players. And I don't think Slater can play on EU yet. Game number 5. Newpo in the zone. Not trying to play more Rocket League than he needs to. Seems like he could be on track to a 4-1 win. He's given 1 game to every opponent so far. He matched the 3-1 the scoreline that it would have been if this were a best of 5. The previous games he's played were best of 5. Finished them all 3-1. Question is, in best of 7s, does he finish 4-1 or does he give up more? Newpo didn't get the clear he wanted. He was trying to be careful, see if he could prioritize recovering as well. Instead, got a goal in his nets. We need Newpo versus Bibaba. Who do you have, chat? Bibaba or Newpo? Be honest. Newpo. Air dribble, back wall, double! Did he get Rezears' help? I think he was going to score this either way, but he did get a little pinch, it almost seems, with Rezears. Newpo kick-out goal to make it 3-1. Rezears with a kickoff possession. Seeming to be somewhat of a rarity. He should be getting a goal here, though. Nice recovery. Even Newpo credits him with a nice one. As Rezears off the bump, rotates, lands on the ceiling, and shoots before Newpo has even really landed back down on the ground. Rezears bumps to the corner. Is that scoreable? It is if you're Newpo. Didn't feel like it was that much of an opening, considering Rezears is already on his way back. But he does get the goal by placing it in the perfect spots to prevent the save. Another kickoff goal, 5-2. Really does feel like, to entertain a Rezears win, he's got to start off early, get a big lead, and then maybe he'll be able to hold Newpo off. But with a 3-goal lead already for Newpo, we might just be looking at him in the grand final. I would say that Nass gave him his best game, but everyone has given him a 3-1 game. He has been in his own league. Are these the first matches he's played since last World Championship? I'm trying to think. Did he? I don't think he played in any of the Donathon, which was 1v1. He played a 2v2. So I'm pretty sure he dropped one game in the World Championship too, right? He won 4-1. Oh my goodness, Rezears. Musty not on target. So I think he hasn't dropped more than one game in a series in a long time. Maybe against Rawas. He beat Rawas in Game 7 in the MENA regional. But I guess, when is his last series loss? He did have, probably during the Newpo Moxy challenge. We did a Newpo Moxy. They did a bunch of different 1v1s against different players. He did pick up a bunch of losses there. That was weirdly a tough tournament for both Newpo and Moxy. We were expecting them to basically not drop a single series against anyone, and they almost had losing records for a bit. Nass during Salt Mine is a long time ago. But if Newpo had won that Salt Mine, that would do a lot for his resume. World champion, MENA regional winner, and a Salt Mine. Salt Mines are almost, they're more competitive than single regionals because they have EU and MENA in them. And they had everybody locked in. Salt Mines are pretty prestigious wins. Nass has the two biggest ones. Rezears, what placements? Rezears not out of this. We're gassing up Newpo right now, and for good reason. He's been playing well, and seems like he's still a minute 17 away from securing the 4-1. And every time it feels like Rezears might get back, usually Newpo extends it. But he didn't get this kickoff goal, and Rezears has the 100. Newpo diving, and this is what Newpo does. He likes to play aggressive. He just likes to chase the ball. And the insane part is that even with gifting opponents freebies like this all the time, he's still going to win. Or he still often wins, I should say. He's only dropped a game in every series so far. Rezears reset fake. Newpo didn't fall for it. His last official loss was Moxy in the Nawa show match. Did they play after the World Championship? I'd be surprised if they played before the World Championship, because most of his 1v1s before the World Championship was in my Newpo versus Moxy challenge. But maybe they played again after the World Championship and he lost, but that doesn't seem likely either. Newpo air dribble reset. Oh my goodness. The game winner. He finds all the speed with the reset. He's barely moving forward until he launches it forward with a reset and then doubles it in, playing keep away, and up 1 now with 11 seconds. Ooh, Rezears, interesting kickoff. Lost it to his back wall. Can he score here? Nope. Newpo sends it to the ground into the corner. 4-1. Opponents continue to only get a single game off Newpo. He advances to the finals as we head over to Nass versus Toxiic. GG's. Light work for a Newpo. All right, another quick 3-minute break. We might be could be ahead of time now because Newpo. Oh, not boys. Sure, why not boys? Are we ahead of time? No, we're just 3 minutes behind still. We're still gonna take a 3-minute break if I haven't already started that. I'll get these guys in the party. And we'll get gaming. Nass is in a private match. Don't know what he's doing there. Did the volunteers fill out Wikipedia yet? And all the boys, if you want to feel the heat. Not yet for the Newpo Rezears match. Baby! Is Nass playing 6-man or something? Does anybody know? Oh, he's in. He's in. Here's the bracket. The problem is it's not updated. Oh, yes, it is. W volunteers. All right, we got Toxic Nass now. Actually, Toxic should get blue. He is the higher seed here. He's been playing some good rocket cars. Top exclamation point bracket. Good luck, Ben. I forgot. Toxic's name is Ben too. Thought Nass was talking about me. Chat, here we go. It's Toxic versus Nass. And the other side of the Fear Frenzy semifinals. It's best of 7. And it's Toxic as maybe a bit of a surprise contender over here in this semifinal. He played a really strong Group B and ended up winning it in a tiebreaker. Tied with Rezears. He won the head-to-head and got himself his opportunity in this match. He's guaranteed himself some money. But he's got Nass, who has won against everybody in the tournament but Newpo. And to be fair, that seems like a free loss for just about everybody. Toxic lost to Moxy, and Moxy actually didn't even advance to the playoffs. So Toxic's loss not as good as Nass's loss coming into this best of 7. So I imagine that chats would predict in, you know, they actually don't have a chance to predict. We got to close the previous prediction. They can predict while this game has already started now. But I imagine they will end up predicting in favor of Nass. You never know. You have 2 minutes. Nass says yes, no, and sorry. Because apparently he maybe didn't mean to quick chat. Toxic shot to the top right. Denied. Toxic's big, you know, play he's been relying on or has often been surprising with are his flicks. I said it before. He got whatever this was. You could argue this was a flick as he popped it up and air rolls around the ball before flicking it into the left side of the nets. Nass. Doink. Trying to score quickly off a kickoff goal. Won't get to. Nass has a reset now and uses the flip as late as possible. Probably trying to convince Toxiic to go low, like he's going to wave dash before surprising him with the high shot, but Toxiic stay well positioned. Can Toxiic survive this forever is the question. No, not much longer. Nass able to take advantage of the zero boost defender by tapping it behind Toxiic, who kind of had no choice but to recover quickly off his side wall. Needs to kind of keep that speed if he wants to make reasonable plays. If he just completely stops and stays where that ball ended up going, he leaves more of the net open and continued shots get even easier. So he just kind of has to keep the speed up. Nass knows that and puts it behind him. Toxiic plays with Smokes and the other guy, right? I forget. Ooh, my goodness, Toxiic. Air dribble out of his back corner, but look at the movement here on the finish. Gets the reset on the left side of the ball. That is just such a tough reset shot. He is back within one. Rezi, is it Smokes and Rezi? Ooh, what a save from Toxiic. Perfect and into the crossbar. He's going to get a counter, and he's got himself a tie game. Toxiic fakes like he's taking it to the side wall in an attempt to try and see if he can get Nass to miss position and then maybe punish him with a shot to the net. But that's not how it worked out. Nass did recover and then did more than just recover. Reset on the other side of the field. Retook the lead. Grand finals today. Yeah, right after this. We're going to finish it all out. I used to run tournaments a lot longer. I think the original Feer Fest happened over the course of like a month and a half, maybe even almost 2 months. Because we did just a couple matches at a time, and because I was working my previous job, and so I just had to find moments. I was scheduling before my work when I would go in, and after when I would come back, and players would say, "Oh, I can't make that time," and I would never DQ anyone. If they said they can't make it or they didn't make it, I just rescheduled it. So it took forever. But it's actually really good to do tournaments like that for slowly releasing videos. It works out great for that reason. But the players much prefer it to be over quickly. So yeah, usually they're at max 2 days, and this is day number 2. Grand finals will be today. Right after this. Grand finals at the end of the stream, or when? The answer is at the end of the stream. Air dribble resets for Toxiic, and he has equalized it right back up. Are you full-time now? Yeah, now we do Rocket League content creation as a full-time job. Nass counter-attacking, making sure to touch soft here, not to let the ball get out of his control. Nass at ceiling heights. Wave dashes and cuts it away from a Toxiic who had camped out on that left post or on the left side of the nets. Nass flipping this one into the crossbar and then started to swing out wide, presumably to pick up a boost pad out here, right? Yeah, and in the process left the net open. Six, 7, really early on. A minute 30 left to be played. It's already farming chats. Nass. Air dribble. Oh my goodness, Toxic. These guys floating in the air, waiting for the play to happen. Toxic actually reads that it's going to be a bump, gets out around it, and makes the save. Nass gets his ball taken away, and Toxic will tie it up 7-7. But Tira could not play in this. He almost did, but had some reason that he had to drop out. Nass, pretty simple save, I would say here, and being rewarded with a goal for it. Toxic just not finding anywhere near enough mustard on that shot. Just got a DM. I was looking away. I think Toxic delayed, and it also didn't work out. Yes, he did. He delayed pretty heavy, and Nass just shot it right around him. Toxic slamming a read in, as he could see what Nass was up to. Nass thought he was clearing that away, but he just put in the sweet spot for Toxic. Nass double jump, can't 50 it in. Doesn't need to though, just needs to not let possession leak out to a goal for Toxic, and it seems like that's exactly what's going to happen. Toxic makes the save and stays on this play with only 5 boosts to work with. Wave dash, pre-flip, double jump. All of that's enough, and it's 9-9. Nass, ooh, hooking it around Toxic and following up almost a little bit slower than he needed to. Maybe to waste just a couple more seconds. But power slide cut works effectively. 10 goals. We might have both players scoring 10 goals. Probably means people need to shore up their kickoffs, if anything. Nass gonna take game number 1 as he wins the kickoff away from Toxic and lets it roll to end the game. Game number 2, Toxic and Nass. Fear, are you rooting for Toxic because of your names? You're asking me because Toxic and I are both named Ben. Am I rooting for him to win? The answer is obviously. Type 1 if your name is Ben. Toxic has a lot of fans. Your name is Ben? Some people will call me Bin. People who, I don't know. They say all their EN words like it's an I. Toxic, what a play. Fancy reset, but ultimately the finish is still fairly simple for Nass to save. Ooh, I love these lean forward flicks. Getting so much extra power for Nass. Toxic creeping out, looking over the top of the ball. Not like you could do much with it with no boosts. Nass had the reset to bring it on target, but Toxic had that red from the beginning. A lot of midfield play. I don't think we're in for another 10-9 game here in game number 2. Toxic, interesting pre-flip to turn right back down onto the ball. I like that flip. I wonder if we're going to see it again in the replay. Kind of a reverse half flip to land and get ready to go. Toxic fake, and then gets Nass off the back wall and is able to read him and chip it over the top of him. Solid mix-up from Toxic. Oh, that's in, I think. Oh, Nass. The pinch off the side wall. Toxic can only stare and watch. It goes ceiling down and in. And it goes just, it even kissed the crossbar. You could hear it. What a pinch from Nass to take the lead. Do you learn game sense from these matches since you watch them so much? I think it'd be more useful if I was better at the game. Nass, nice reset wave dash pop. I think that, you know, it doesn't hurt to watch the game, but watching gameplay so much better than yours leads to a lot of things I learn that don't help me. For example, I feel like I can make some decent decisions in 1v1. I'll have the ball in the back corner. I'm like, oh yeah, you know what 95% of pros do here is they bring the ball up for an air dribble that crosses the whole field and gets multiple resets. But I can't do that, so it's not relevant in my game. So what should I do? You know, there's a lot of situations like that where maybe the right play to do is just something I can recognize but can't get anywhere close to executing, so it doesn't really matter. My games are kind of their own thing. Nass. Air dribble. 50. Also just watching the game back and commentating it, way different than having to make decisions in the moments. Toxic. Ooh, reset 50. Great protection of the ball to not allow this to escape with Nass trying to get it out. Created a perfect wall to guide it right back in. Nass soaring over the top to fake Toxic, who gets back on the ball. 8 boost to work with. Gonna go for that same flick we've seen from Nass, leaning forward, using that tail end of the car to get power when you don't have boost. Demo. Nass, free double tap in. I mentioned when we saw Nass and Newpo play the first time, there was a chance that we could see them back again in a final. I felt like coming into the tournament today, Moxy, the EU champion, had earned that overall 2 seed. But Nass showing that he's at the top of his game right now. Not just a 3v3 champion, MVP. Still has it in ones. If he can keep up this series against Toxic and give himself another chance against the champ. Nass, a Diaz challenge, the length of the field. He's had many games against Diaz. He's picked up a thing or two. And he'll get a 6th goal without letting the ball hit the ground. Toxic needs a few kickoffs in his favor. And not necessarily sure if you can consider this one a win. Ooh, Nass gonna be able to score off it. Toxic never really had a good chance to go towards net. And then before he knew it, it was taken away. Nass, what a pass to himself. Off the side wall to get a clean landing with the last bit of boost that he has. Almost nothing left over. Perfect position to power shot. Just had that plan in his mind so early on. In and out save for Toxic. Actually, he recognized it was crossbarring out, so he just catches it and begins to carry, but I think this game is over for him. Can't imagine he gets 4 goals before the clock hits 0. He's going to try and prove me wrong, though. There's at least one of the 4. Oh, he called next. I didn't even see. I was reading Witter's comment about 5 guys. Also, he went next after his own goal, which is confusing. I didn't think to look. Oh, he's got his I'm Zen title back on. Game number 3. Nass and Toxic. Toxic. Ooh, felt like he needed that goal. Felt like he needed it bad after 2 straight losses. We don't have timeouts here in these series, although I would never mind if a player said they did want a timeout in between. It is 2 losses straight for Toxic. And instead of getting a slight break, he's put right back into a scoring position and doesn't convert it. Nass does the same, though. 1 for 1. Probably a position that Nass should have scored. Toxic. Ooh, his flicks are so nice. You can't help but respect them. He has put many a flick in many a top corner in order to earn this fake. Nass. Maybe wanted the wave dash pinch shot. We saw Rezears get a similar one. Soft touch. He's hoping to get a goal purely off placement and not speed, but Toxic flipped back to cover that as well, but wasn't prepared to get bumped out of the way. Nass will equalize. I can maybe put semifinals in the scoreboard. I'll just for sure forget to change it when it comes time to the grand finals. Nass really likes his high reset and then float all the way underneath the ball and flip from underneath it to get surprising heights. But the past couple times it actually has been saved. Toxic. Not a soft enough touch. Soft enough first touch. He wanted to control the ball. He popped it too far away. And Nass is able to turn and get a goal from it. Nass faking like he's going to start this dribble with a musty, but doesn't actually do it. Just goes to the ground. Toxic takes it away. So Toxic clearly not too phased by the fake musty, but he also wouldn't mind. I think if Nass musty's there, he loses control of the ball. So Toxic says, sure, go for it. You know, I'm not going to panic and start heading back because you'll just hand the ball over if you do that. And he didn't. Fell to the ground and let Toxic. Ooh, 12 boost ceiling challenge. Nass got around it, but did get bumped back. Got a great bounce on the follow-up. And Toxic actually assisted Nass's recovery. He flipped him down towards the ground to make sure he got back there first. Nass didn't get much of a connection on his pre-flip. Look at this from Toxic. What a save. That might have been Nass's only way. He was arriving late enough that he went for the ball. He probably just would have helped Toxic score it. So he didn't go for the ball. He just deleted Toxic. That could have been a hero shot. Instead, it's basically an own goal. Nass ceiling pinched it way wide on the backboard. Three. Toxic is just waiting out to see if he can bait Nass in, maybe to a bad 50 deep in his own half. I imagine Nass just locks onto his car and says, I don't care about the ball. I'll just delete you since you're standing in place. And then I'll get back around to get my goal. Nass. Camera check over the top to see what he's dealing with, although I felt like Toxic was always on screen. And ultimately, all the preparation to try and stop the challenge doesn't work out. He just ends up double jumping it up, and Toxic steals it clean off of his nose. Toxic didn't have time to get boost. Also, didn't have time to do much of anything. It just lost the kickoff so early. Delay here into the wave dash. Hit the brakes so that he could flip to touch the ball into the corner and pick up the boost. Nass, that is your finals MVP. Everybody is human. He just backflips and leaves the ball free. Nass shadowing, wheel creep back, and backflip if Toxic plays it slow, which is what he did. He was prepared for a quick play. And he'll see a lot of quick plays if he makes it to the grand finals. Expect Newpo to want to play fast. Nass, can he get this goal? Toxic trying to pre-flip to kind of take the space away for Nass. He's forcing Nass to go maximum speed and get the toughest possible angle on the double, but I mean, it's certainly easy for Nass. Nass pops this one up. Try to dunk Toxic, but Toxic clears it wide. Actually, so wide he gives himself time to go pick up the 100. Was it worth it to go all the way for the 100, though? He probably should have just done the classic arc, picked up his pads, but he decided, screw it, I can go all the way 100, I bet. And then panic rushed back and did not stop Nass from scoring. Nass and kickoff mix-ups. We're going to continue to work well for him. 3-goal lead. Ooh, nice demo. Now, can he convert off of it? He needs goals bad. Nass manages to 50 that away. Otherwise, he's looking at would have to be a reverse sweep. Not impossible. We've seen it before in ones. But it's looking like a speed run back to Nass versus Newpo. Nass had a Game 5 series win against somebody. And I'm trying to remember who it was. He hasn't, destroyed the field. Oh, DrKnown. It was and Jack. Nass had Game 5 wins both against Jack and DrKnown in order to set himself up. Beat Atow 3-1 though. And now, had this been a best of 5, he would have won 3-0, but he needs one more. Have you ever seen a reverse sweep, aka a sweep? You feel like you're watching golf with Feer commentating? You know, I think 1v1 has always been a bit of a slower mode, but you know that tends itself to golf commentating. But also, when you commentate like 6 games a day or 6 matches a day, which we're on our 5th one today, it's kind of the only way to survive, dude. You can only pop off so many times. Nass gonna score early in this game 4. A game 4 that Toxiic has to win. He has to win 4 straight. I've done a 1v1 King of the Hill match that lasted 24 hours. It was extended by subs. And it was wild to do, just commentating for 24 hours straight with essentially no breaks. And I'll never do it again. It wasn't worth the gimmick. Sure, it was fun, but 12 hours gets the point across and doesn't involve nightmare sleep. I think it was before. Oh, Nass, did he, pick up water or something? And was cleaning his controller. Who knows? He's late to respond to the kickoff. Toxiic takes it to his own half because of it, but it's actually gonna pay off, it would seem, because this feels like the better chance through the air. Never mind, wasn't that good. he took the dribble way too strong and never really had a chance to score it. I'm not sure if the VOD for the 24-hour 1v1 exists anywhere. Toxiic gifted an open opportunity as Nass getting ahead of himself in the attacking corner. Cage saving the 10 months prime. Shout out to anybody who subscribes to the stream, contributes. Nass trying the musty. Hits it off the right post. He is waiting for Toxiic to come and challenge. Trying to just muscle it through on a low 50. Was maybe needing to threaten high a little bit more to convince Toxiic to go high. Oh, Toxiic got so much extra power on this just by air rolling and putting his car right next to the ball before flipping forward. Nass gets caught out. You should do a pro tournament, but have them not be able to use the Octane, Fennec, or Dominus. What car would everyone use? Just like a Mustang? I feel like they... Ooh, nice pre-flip. Even Nass gonna give him the nice one. We've seen so many players try and make use of the pre-flip flick, and almost nobody has. But Toxiic shows a way it can be useful. Randomized preset, no Bacchus mod. I just think that gimmick would get old kind of quick. I don't know. Merc only tournament. I would rather see Batmobile or plank only tournaments. I feel like the plank is more interesting in how different it is than the way the Merc is different. Ooh, what a save. Nass Ooh, quick. Oh my goodness. Nass quick read with the flip to try and punish Toxic, but he also read it quick. And now he's pre-flipping out. Toxic with his back against the wall. Up 5-2. Trying to extend this series just a little bit longer. Flakes did that all the time. It really didn't put him at a disadvantage. I have a hot take. My hot take is that Flakes did have a slight disadvantage. He was championing the fact that your car doesn't matter so hard that he did something that I think would just hurt him, which is played on different hitboxes all the time. I agree with Flakes' sentiment for the most part, but I can't imagine if every other game you're on an Octane hitbox and a Dominus hitbox, then a Merc hitbox, then back to an Octane hitbox. You can't be, optimizing your gameplay there. I don't care what the car looks like. That part I understand from Flakes. And if he had said, it doesn't matter, pick a hitbox and play any car of that hitbox, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But he just would randomize basically any car. And I feel like that had to be a slight detriment to his ability if he had just stuck consistent with only one hitbox. Nice flick from Nass. Nass maybe doesn't want this series to go on any longer. Toxic was looking so strong. I yap a little bit about Flakes and car types, and Nass is equalized. The best college team versus the worst pro team? That would just be, oh, Nass. How many in a row is this? Now has the lead. Delay kickoff, sends it to the side wall. 110 km/h finish as he punishes Toxic for not reading his kickoff correctly. 4 straights. It was 5-2. I think a top 16 team probably beats the best CRL teams are kind of bubble teams, right? CRL teams have made RLCS on occasion, right? Or gotten at least close, so. If you go with one of those online schools that just pick up pros at full salaries, they would certainly play well. Ooh, Toxic, nice save. Nass throwing one behind Toxic, and that is probably it. I feel like if Toxic was going to win this, he was going to hold on to his 5-2 lead and never let Nass back in, but instead he let Nass have 5 straight and now needs 2 great kickoffs in order to keep this series going, not to mention that he's going to have to follow it up with 3 more wins. Ooh, it's a tough position to play from, but there's a reason why we play it. And so chat can spam 6-7. Delay kick off. He wants to cheese it. I think he needs to get back to net, right? Ooh, no, he made it back in time. I was wrong. Felt like he needed to panic more. Ooh, he's able to dunk this down. And might stand a chance at scoring here with the 12 boost. He tried to flick on an early challenge. Wants to bump Nass. Nass plays keep away. Can take it the length of the field. Nobody can stop him. It's 6-8. It's GG's. It's Nass against Newpo. Your grand finals in the Fear Frenzy. Toxic, a good tournament. But it gets ended by Nass from Group A. And it's a Group A rematch in a best of 7 for the first place prize. Alrighty. Let's game. The sweep brought us back to on schedule. Even slightly ahead of schedule. We're now 15 minutes ahead. But we'll probably just go early. Maybe if we had 20 subs, I'd play a marbles before the grands. But for now, we'll just get right into it. Progressive ball for grand finals. Progressive doesn't pay me at all. Does the winner face off Slater? Had a Dr. Pepper earlier. Newpo over Shotty. Thug finals. Alright, I might walk away again. Take a slight break. Shake it off. Do a push-up. Actually, wait, let's put... Psych. Got you to say Utopia and I didn't leave. Newpo versus Nass. Grand Finals. Gotta put it in the title. And gotta put it on the screen. Then I'll take a slight break and we'll get gaming. Did you say type 1? Is that just a fancy way to say type 1 in the chat? Newpo's down to start early. Just 10 minutes early. Nothing too crazy. Why are you guys posting the ghost version of me? Where is this being streamed besides here? You really hate this stream that much, bro? This is the only place. You watch here or you don't watch at all. Oh, I guess it's been on the YouTube. Yeah, you're right. It's on the YouTube too, but it is just me. It's the same stream in both places. Chat, here we go. It's the grand finals. It's the Feer Frenzy. A nice 1v1 tournaments of the top 8 players that were willing to play on European servers. A stacked tournament indeed. And a rematch of a match that we saw in group play. It's Newpo versus Nass at the grand finals this time. It's a best of 7. Newpo has not lost a series and hasn't let anyone get more than a single game off of him in a series. But also, he has made sure everyone gets at least a game. He's not sweeping anybody ever. He wants to make sure you get to feel the love as well. And then he wins every other game against you. So will he have another 4-1 here against Nass, or has Nass had the opportunity to warm up a little bit, get some practice in against some of the other top players, and maybe, just maybe, put up a better fight against Newpo this time around? So far, Nass yet to get any goals. Oh, he tried to reset out around Newpo, going to the back wall, and Newpo actually adjusted with his flip to still get the save. Something he didn't even necessarily need to do, because letting it go to the back wall probably doesn't even allow it to get scored. Oh my goodness! Newpo, how does he save that even when it felt like he missed? The fake bounce. It seemed was going to sneak in behind, but it does not. Newpo's flick is pure. Look at that. I didn't want to say it too early, but it felt like I could already tell what was going to happen here. Newpo had the ball on top of his car, and the chances of him not executing the flick feel low. And it's already 3-0 in favor of Newpo. Nass saving this one off the crossbar. At least slowing down Newpo, which is all you can ask for right now. Nass intercepts this one, but Newpo's back before a scoring play can be made. Is there a 50, a dunk here that can get a goal? Nass finally with his possession. He's going to go for a cringe play. He has a decent recovery in and out of the net, but Newpo went to the back wall. We are just playing at breakneck speed. It's exactly how Newpo wants to play. Unsurprising that this game has favored him so far. Newpo to the ceiling, interception. Nass played right into his hands. Newpo up 4-0. You have to slow the game. I mean, I don't even know what to do against Newpo. We haven't seen the formula in a while. I say you gotta slow the game down, but he can usually force you to have to play quicker. Zap dash recovery. It's a goal. Watch Newpo in and out of the nets. People call this the curve dash too, sometimes using that downward momentum off the curve to get that single jump wave dash. Gets to the ball, gets a 5th goal. Nass is finally on the board. Nope, of course not. Newpo's recovered. He's got 4 boosts, but he's got a power shot the other way. He's got 6. How can we think that Nass is going to get a goal? Newpo beating back up with Nass, bumping him and using the pop-up to get a wave dash. Surely this isn't in? It isn't. Okay. Nass gets to save. Newpo's already up there. What is he doing up there? He just wanted to get a touch on the ball. I mean, it doesn't even make sense to pre-jump there. You only get a slight touch, but yet Newpo at this point is not to be doubted. Whatever he's doing is clearly working, and it's time for other people to catch on. Low 50 is saved. Newpo passed to himself, off the wall, wave dash start, air dribble, bump, gave a little hug to Nass to make it 7-0. Little empty jump shot there before following it up for the hug. Newpo is now rocking his world champion title, RLCS 2025 world champion. Looks like they didn't give a unique title to the 1v1 world champion versus the 3v3 world champion, which is interesting. I'm not sure what I would prefer. I think I'd rather prefer a unique one. RLCS 2025 1v1 world champion. That way you can collect multiple if you get both. Right now you can win all 3, 1s, 2s, and 3s. 7-1! And you'd still only get 1 title for it? That doesn't seem right. Nass. Is there a world in which he gets 6 straight goals, or I guess 7 straight, because it started 7-0. He's on his way back in. Newpo, though, extending it even more. Kickoff win, speedy to slam it top shelf. Crossbar down and in. Newpo flicks to read this early challenge. I mean, Newpo's in the zone. This is another level. We've seen Newpo play, you know, against Nass just yesterday, and against Rezears earlier. And I still think this game 1 of the grand finals is the best one he's played by far. He is just schmoovin' over the field. When he played in the World Championship, he started to groove. He started to kind of dance to his music, sip after each goal. You could tell he was in the zone. And meanwhile, his opponents felt a little bit more like they were shaking in their boots. Newpo clearly chilling now as Nass looks to try and work a bit of momentum going into the rest of the series. How do you guys think Newpo does against Slater? Think he could beat Slater? We gotta get Slater onto other servers. Pretty sure I messaged Slater's creator recently. Yeah, nothing back on the news on getting him on different servers, but man, getting him on MENA servers against Newpo could be the hero the humans need. He maybe takes 1 game. That'd be enough. The humans have not even taken a game against Slater. Diaz almost did. And it's tough to look, and so did Life and Mech. It's tough to look back at those games and think, was that everyone's last chance? Has Slater been getting better since then? What did I eat? Why have multiple people ask about that? It was just string cheese. Everyone's panicking. I can't skip. Chat, if you're speaking Arabic, we'll have to time you out just because we can't understand it. Game number 2. Newpo setting the tone in game number 1. Will he continue to dominate? Nass bailing out of the corner, allowing Newpo a possession. And you really just got to start by hanging your hat on saves. You start by stopping Newpo from scoring, and then you worry about scoring yourself. Nass has seen a lead now in the series. Something that felt like we may never see based on how that game 1 went. Faking the flick, going down for the wave dash. Newpo fell for the fake. Nass is on the board. Newpo able to challenge this one, sees Nass looking to bump him from a mile away. Can't really make a play on the ball though. Nass fakes the hook shot. Did not get Newpo to dive too far across the net like he was hoping. Newpo got a decent 50. Nass is still in a good spot though. If he can keep this possession going. Reset. This one. Ooh, it is going to go in. Nice delay. Got Newpo to jump. Waited until after Newpo had already kind of committed towards a save, and then finally took the shot. 2 straight for Nass. This we definitely needed if we wanted to entertain Nass competing in this series. After everything we've seen from Newpo, starting with a 10-2 game. Is that what it was? Yeah, 10-2 in game 1. You're going to need to see some leads, some multi-goal leads for Nass to believe. And he has a 2-0-1 now, but this will be the beginning of that potentially slipping away. Nass, never mind. Gonna get an equal kickoff goal to push it back to 2. Newpo got a demo and got a wall dash to get back out to the midfield. This little dash, I think, is necessary to actually get a goal off of this. Sure, he gets the demo, but he's so quick in order to think about the recovery. He had already changed his focus and prepared to get to the ball as soon as possible. Nass, though, continues to score shortly off kickoffs in order to maintain this 2-goal lead. Nass couldn't get back to this one. Popped the ball forward. Thought he was going to be quick enough in order to get a 50. I know we mentioned it before. Just trying to make the mods' lives just a little bit easier. We do not understand Arabic, so unfortunately, it'll have to be English only in the chat. I would guess there often is a watch partier from most languages. For example, like when a Saudi player is playing, I would not be surprised if there was a Saudi player watching, or coach or fan watch partying that understands Arabic. Don't know if that's true or not, though. Newpo gonna win this to the ceiling, make it 4-5. There he is. There you go. Click on the Rocket League channel. Look for your favorite Arabic-speaking watch partier and speak Arabic away. Newpo staring down Nass and almost got past the ball for a direct shot. But Nass manages to recover and make the save. He's got a really strong setup, but sends it straight into Newpo, who needs to get this ball into the midfield quickly. Does just that and bumps Nass to guarantee the goal. He wasn't quite quick enough to just shoot it without needing to do something about the defender, but the something he decides to do is go for a bump. Of course, we read every single chat here in stream. And if you write it in English, I can't understand you. Nass, nice air dribble, last touch to beat Newpo. If we watch it from Newpo POV, does it? Oh, he got cut. He's done that a few times. He's rotated over the post and seemingly lost the flip and lost a bit of momentum. Nass, kickoff win theoretically, but came off with so much power that he actually couldn't shoot a quick shot off of it, and then didn't really have a great angle to score. This 50 doesn't go so well. He's gonna have to back off. Newpo just loves high speeds. He doesn't mind just booming it to the back wall. It's probably gonna be a save, but when it's playing fast, it's playing in his favor, and that's his thought process. Nass forced to make a heavy clear and then picks up a couple pads. Not able to react fast enough to Newpo's slamming shot. Nass likely needs to score on this possession, it feels like. Only because he has to take advantage of every one of his opportunities. Newpo did not score here, though. Crossbar down, miss. Interesting 50 from Newpo. The fact that he even flips towards the ball in the first place, and then the fact that he gets something good out of it is even more surprising. Nass, almost a turtle shot down to the ground. Can he recover before Newpo gets back the other way? And even though Newpo can't get these immediate shots, he's controlling the ball so well, getting it angled towards the net. And then because Nass is having to retreat at maximum speed, it makes him a very easy target for these bumps. If you get to the net early and you're able to jump up and around or to the side of bumps, you're not very easy of a target. But if you're rotating back last second because Newpo is speedy in his recovery, then it makes you a very, very easy target to take away. And that's why Newpo has done it twice now to one of the better 1v1 defenders that there is in the game. Ooh, low 50. Can Nass get something out of it? Hook shot. Wanted perfect placement in the top left. Got back wall instead. Tried to keep this one in play. Newpo has some boost to work with. Nass feels obligated to tap it towards net. And now Newpo clearing it out. Might just end game number 2. Nass, catch, dunked. That ball was headed in as well. Newpo will win 2 straight. He is on fire in the Fear Frenzy. Game number 3. Will Nass be able to figure something out? I mean, he's played a much better game 2. Only lost by 1 as opposed to the 8. But when you look at it over the course of the whole series, and you think about it as 17-8, it feels a little bit more dominant, or now it would be 18-8. Nass. Reset. Should actually doesn't even need to follow it up. Newpo dropping in the nice one. The early reset instant flip was just enough to get it over the top of Newpo. Who do you see as the best competitor to Newpo? I mean, once upon a time, Nass was able to beat him, you know, in those salt mines a long time ago. Since then, and since he's taken over as the best, I don't know, it's tough to say. The Newpo versus Moxy series was interesting because Newpo went 6-4 or something. He lost a bunch of matches. But ultimately, I wouldn't say that implies any of those people he lost to are, you know, better matches for him in the grand scheme of things. He did get taken to Game 7 by Rezears. Maybe Rezears is his toughest matchup. We've yet to see him, you know, consistently beat Rezears. Nass throwing a kickoff towards the nets. Nice wave dash shot. I feel like historically, Moxy was a tough matchup for Newpo online, but the one time they played in the biggest moments, no question, Newpo had the edge, and I think we haven't seen him again since then. Someone mentioned a Nawis Newpo versus Moxy match, but I swear that was before the World Championship, according to my memory. And I think that there's almost no question now that in current form, Newpo is favored against Moxy. Moxy pretty much had his chance to play Newpo today, but that would have involved not dropping as many games yesterday and working his way through the bracket to get to play him. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we've seen a lot of wins in a row for Newpo. It's getting us to talk just a little bit crazy here because Nass is a very talented player and is in the lead right now in game number 3. And what was I saying about the lead? Can someone remind me? I know that fans love to watch Rezears. I love to watch Rezears as well. Been playing on the channel for a long time. Originally in next-gen games when he was under 15 years old. I did the original team stream for the Twins and Natter. It was going to be Newpo, Rezears. Been watching those guys a long time. I say this to say, if Rezears wanted to play, he'd be playing. So it's no trouble for players who don't want to play. Completely fine, but don't think it's because I forgot about Rezears. (6-4) now for Newpo. I mentioned that Nass was leading and that we maybe needed to chill out on assigning Newpo the win. Ooh, nice save before he'd actually won it. And he went on a 4-goal streak to take a 2-goal lead to prove a point. And he should be able to get this angle knowing him. Yep, he does. It's not free, but it feels that way. When you see a theoretical scoring position, it just is a score when it's Newpo. Nass. Flick. And bring it back towards net after the first save. Can he stop Newpo from scoring here? Yeah, he's going to get Newpo to back off. Newpo doesn't think it's worth it. Nass. Nice read on the early challenge. Continues to be how Newpo likes to play. It looks like he adjusted slightly, actually even lower. If he had maybe stuck hard to his pre-jump, he could have been there in time. Nwpo chaining some wall dashes together, drops down for a demo, and is not taking his goal. Or not taking his shot. I'm not sure it necessarily would have been a goal. But didn't even play it towards the net. What a save from Nwpo. Pre-flips to take Nass off of his path and guarantee he can't score, and then is able to clean it up after and now has a demo. Is he going to time waste here is the question. No, he is going to take it towards net and just delay. Delay and fake. Wait until Nass cuts across the net. You see Nass has to hit the brakes when he realizes Nwpo hasn't shot just yet because he can't just run himself all the way into the corner. And then only after he's hit the brakes, then does Nwpo actually shoot it, and there's just no way to get your momentum going quick enough to stop him. Nass, kickoff goal. Entertain this game number 3 just a little bit longer. If Newpo wins again, will he get a 2-time world champion? I would hope so. Everyone else who's gotten 2 times has gotten 1, right? Pretty baller. Only 1 player with a 4-time. Newpo. Reset shot low. Nass. I was maybe hoping for a miracle passing to himself. Newpo does not need to bring in the ball. He could just camp with it for another 10 seconds, and that'll be enough to stop Nass from getting 3. But he's going to go for the Diaz challenge, show that he can succeed at that as well. Is he going to score this? No, just going to take it away. Game number 3 going to Newpo as well. Has he decided to no longer give a game to his opponents? Because he's 1 game away from a full sweep and another first place finish in a Rocket League 1v1 tournament. Ire1, thank you for the brand new Prime. Chat, if you've been enjoying today's stream, enjoying Fear Frenzy, we run tournaments like this all the time. Feel free to drop a follow. And if you're sitting on a Twitch Prime, or you're just feeling generous, subscribing to the stream truly does help a lot. No, I'm not wearing the mask. Just making sure nobody who got ads is going to miss any gameplay. Game number 4. Nass is into the Octane. Octane Nass. Is this the answer? Oh my goodness, how is Newpo back? I don't understand. He got beat. He got beat. Just take the goal in your net, Newpo. And yet somehow he recovers, flips back, and doesn't allow it. That being said, he does eventually get scored on. Nass bringing this ball down to a carry and lobbing one up high, top shelf. Get Newpo to use up boost. Interesting turning ball came off on that side flip. Nass getting undercutted. Maybe just undercut is the way to say it, but Newpo is already equalized. We saw a 2-0 lead for Nass in game 3 that we could entertain. Nass maybe figuring out. Might have been game 2. But then it was a surge of Newpo goals. Another first possession for Nass. Wave dash cuts. And a lead once again. There's so many Octanes in NA. Maybe that's why Nass plays a bit of Octane. He came over to NA. Played a bit of North American RLCS. Got clipped on once or twice by Beast Mode. Says, you know what? Maybe I will play a little bit of Octane. Nass, great shot. Ceiling reset. The front flip makes it 3-1. Fear, what will you do if there's a reverse sweep? I will pay out the prize money for first place to Nass. Nass. Air dribble reset. Nothing left to show for it. Newpo could definitely bump here and seemed like he tried too late. Nass saves it. First touch, I think leaves a lot to be desired. Second touch, does as well. Oh, but he scored, so never mind. It didn't even seem like that could have been angle. But he convinces Newpo to own goal it, so it's a genius angle. He had it on target, but he had it on target near post, which I was expecting Newpo to save. Nass Ooh, the Octane. Is the Octane the difference? 5-1. We are playing a new series right now. Life has been breathed back into Nass. And all it took were a little titanium white Reapers and an Octane. Nass waiting out before starting this air dribble. Newpo hanging out on the ground, and even though Nass doesn't get a reset, he bounces this ball just enough. Did he get a reset? I feel like he didn't. It feels like he just fell down to the ground and tapped it around him. Definitely no wave dash. Long shots from Newpo to get a second. We are over halfway through. It was 6-1 at halftime. So definitely a tough line to beat for Newpo. Newpo so far, as we mentioned, has given his opponent one game every series. Is this just that game? Nass, instead of getting it early on and then letting Newpo control and end the series, how I've seen it the last times I've watched it, this time he's letting Nass get... Oh, is he? He might be letting Nass get his game late in the series. Is that dangerous? Will that let a series, or you know, a bit of momentum shift in favor of Nass? I say letting. Of course, he'd rather just win every game. But this is the best performance we've seen. Type 1, if you believe in the reverse sweep. It feels unlikely, but I know there's believers out there. Air dribble 50. Newpo might not even entertain it for a game. He's got a minute 44 to get 3 goals. He has a carry. He's going to force the issue on net. No boost used on that first save, so he could save it all for the follow-up, and it won't matter. Needed to save more or needed to react quicker, because Newpo still gets his 5th goal. Nass. Is he going to get a kickoff goal? Oh, he isn't! Yes, he is. Newpo almost recovered in time. I mean, he did recover in time for the first save, but... Nass clearing this one out. Minute 15. Newpo with possession. Pre-jumped by Nass. Newpo going to reset. Can he get back and save it? No. They met back up for the 50. Nass pre-jumped him. Stole it away. Newpo recovered and wave dashed and was right back for the save. Actually moved the ball slightly out. It was the follow-up touch from Nass that actually made it go in. Pretty impressive recovery to even get back there in the first place. Newpo probably needs a score here. He does. It's 6-9. And he's got a minute to get 3. Newpo faking as he dribbles all the way down. He cleared it away. He wanted to bump Nass. He did not want to clear the ball away. If the ball had hung out and stayed around the net, he would have just swung around it and scored, but he hit Nass and the ball. So that might be the end of the perfect sweep. Nass, musty and in. All of the best 1v winners today have had great musties. Not like we've seen really much before. Usually they're very risky plays. Nass just sat down on the ground and let Newpo steal it away. Newpo never seems to give up. He plays so quickly. He feels like 20 seconds is probably enough, I bet. Doesn't take me any time to get goals. There is his 8th goal. Took, what, 1.5 extra seconds to get it, though, because his first shot wasn't in. But he scored it certainly in enough time. This kickoff probably not good enough because Nass gets the next touch. And wow, gets a goal off of it. I was mostly just saying he's going to hit it to Nwpo's side. But he actually got a perfect post and in shot. What a high-scoring game. We're about to see 20 goals if we see another one of these kickoff goals. And that's 20 goals if Nass wants it to be. 12-8. Surely Newpo can't score anymore. Surely. It's over now. Oh my goodness, the pre-flip. It wasn't in. Nass gets a game. Can he get more than one? Newpo's let everybody have one. The trouble is getting two. This is the grand finals. If you're just tuning in, $800 to the winner, $400 only for the loser. $150 went each to the other semifinalists. I feel like Nass has to start quick. Like he did in this game. I mean, like always, but you just can't let Nwpo snowball. No surprise to see Octane again from Nass. Can we change server? Sure. Game number 5. Nass gonna stick with the Octane. Is the Octane the truth? The Octane has been the less popular 1v1 car for a really long time. Since what? Khaled? Did Khaled really pioneer the Octane, or sorry, the Fennec in ones? Might have been even before that. Fairy Peak was playing most of his original dominant 1v1s in the Batmobile, but can't remember. I think Fairy Peak played Batmobile the whole era of his dominance. Newpo reset. Wave dash. It's the same car. Listen, tell that to Nass, who just got 12 goals on Newpo, who pretty much only got half as many when he played in the other car. Something would tell me he would at least slightly disagree. Newpo catch. Boost advantage for him. Careful to collect it and force Nass away. Does he want the bump? Nass gets out around it. Has a ton of boost to potentially get a shot. And no, Newpo should have a save. Very intentional save into the crossbar, but not a good enough save. He was trying to line up something to knock it away as best he could. But instead he knocks it straight to the ground, and it's very available for Nass to follow up. Nass. Wave dash bump onto Newpo. Newpo falling from the ceiling to challenge Nass as he starts his air dribble. And Newpo just so quick, playing a bit of keep away. Up to the ball before Nass can get anything going. Newpo on the board. Interesting to think that it almost feels like Nass has momentum right now. An impossible thought previously. But after winning the last game and starting off 3-0, it's Newpo who needs to get his wheels back underneath him. Nass lobbing this one up high. Newpo's going to try and wait as long as he can to make the jump. He's low on boost. He knows that that's not headed in the nets. Nass did not want to kill that dribble. I mean, maybe he did, but almost always you want a little bit of bounce to your dribble. Kills it straight down to the ground. Cuts a lot of his options out. He's going to make do with what he can. He still has a great possession. Newpo just bounced himself off the post. Fake from Nass. And then the flick will make it 4-1. If you watch from Newpo POV, how convincing was this fake here? Nass, yeah, made it seem like he was going to go in. Newpo didn't fall for it, though. He ultimately turned towards the ball. And then Nass got the next follow-up. Newpo's had these weird kickoffs where he's not speed flipping or he's single jumping really high, and it seems like he's arriving there late, but not in the way we normally see. He's delaying it really early. Usually that means it's easier to read. Almost as if it were accidental. Nass reset wave dash. The thing is, it's hard to believe that he's ever doing anything mechanical accidentally. So I don't know if he's making decisions to approach kickoff awkwardly on purpose to try and mix things up, or if he truly just is slipping up when he doesn't slip up at any other moment in any other part of the game. It's just a bit hard to believe if that were true. Newpo rolling this over the top of Nass. Gets bumped. It's and one as he gets his second goal. Nass able to score immediately off kickoff. 6-2 now. I can't believe we're sitting here watching this based on after watching the first 3 games. You wouldn't have been able to convince anybody in chat who sat through all of them that Newpo would be able to turn it around, or sorry, Nass would be able to turn around this much. But here we are. The octane is the truth. And it's time to become a believer. 7-2. Nice pass to himself off the back wall. Just booms the long shot to outpace the fastest recoverer in the game. Newpo resets directly into a pre-jumping Nass. Nass able to dodge. Newpo trying to demo him or undercut him at the midfield. Oh, this just played right into Newpo's hands. Look at how quickly he catches and carries it. But Nass is back now. Previously, it felt like all of those were goals, and now Nass lining up a demo. He's got time. Newpo, is he going to chase down and try and challenge Nass? I feel like Nass expected that. That's why he launches the ball immediately. Newpo, known for going maximum speed no matter what, all times. Double jump, bump. Nass gets around it. Nass is not allowing the cringe to win today. And he maintains a 5-goal lead. Nobody has taken 2 games off of Newpo all tournament long. But that looks like it's about to change. Great flick, good read on the challenge from Nass. And now 6 goals that Newpo would have to make up in this game 5. Newpo up the side wall, reset around ceiling height. Nass is human. Nass needs to be careful here. We know what Newpo can do. He can hit you with a flurry, and he just gave him one for free to get it started. Kickoff is in Nass's favor, and then he's able to give it just a little bit more to convert it for a goal. Newpo. Fake. Trying to play quickly. Nass gonna lob it away. Newpo up to an air dribble. This is too far ahead of him. He's gonna try and stop it straight down, though. That's one way to deal with it. When you let the ball fall away, you can't get a reset on it. You can't really move it a ton like it is out in front ahead of Newpo. There's not a lot of ways to score, but one way to do it, I guess, is to just turn your car and get those wheels to glue it down to the ground, get a reset in the process, wave dash, get a goal. But I don't think I see 5 goals going in for Newpo in the next 25 seconds. There's a demo to pretend like it's possible, but he has to boom this ball, and he has to boom it so hard it actually just goes over the top. Trying to keep it, you know, anything other than max power would have probably just been a mistake because it just wouldn't have gotten there fast enough. So 10-4. Nass. Has he found the solution in the Octane? Newpo dabbles Octane. Newpo has played Octane here and there. He could Octane counter in order to end the series. Will he save the Octane counter for Game 7? Or does he bring it out now? Nass, reset to the ground. We're headed to Game 6. The first person to get 2 games off of Newpo so far in this tournament. I cannot ready up. Newpo did drop out of game, presumably to change preset, even if he stays Fennec. Newpo gets booted every time, or he's at least late to join. It's still Fennec for Newpo, but the decal is off, and he is ready for game number 6. Good job! Lightning McQueen is here. My son has been watching a fair amount of Cars, in that we've watched Cars recently, and he tells me Lightning McQueen says "Ka-chow!" So does Newpo, as he scores his first goal here in Game 6. Ooh, nice shot across the net from Newpo. Felt like Nass was around. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier, where as soon as Newpo has a lead, it just feels like it's over. It's chalked. It's impossible to come back from. We'll have to see how Nass can do. I mean, he's got a 12-8 and a 10-4 game, you know, in the last 2 games. So by all means, he can definitely overcome a slight deficit like 2 in a 5-minute span. Just not how any of the games have played out. Nass off the ceiling, over the top. Decent keep away. He actually had to boost and go up in order to land on the wall. He wanted to make sure he landed on the wall. Actually threw off his recovery slightly. Ideally, the wall would extend a bit lower and he could have just landed and kept his momentum going, but correct to prioritize getting his wheels on a surface over continuing to move downwards. Now he's got himself his goal because he's stuck with the play. Newpo resets, wave dash 50'd. Oh, demo. Nass headed up into the air, looking to respawn, or looking to see where Newpo respawns. Newpo respawns close. A fake flip underneath. Newpo is speeding towards the ball, and he manages to keep with it. I feel like Nass is expecting him to lose control at some point. That's why he goes up the side wall, thinking surely Newpo can't get back to this again, but that's what Newpo does. Sends it into Nass's corner. Flick dangerous here. It will be a flick, and it's in. Newpo, deep shadow, making this a possibility for it to be a flick. Nass, kickoff win in his favor. Newpo hiding behind the ball on these bounces, actually being fairly passive. Not something we see from him a lot. And that 50 stays glued in position. Nass doesn't let it move at all. The perfect air roll to adjust. Newpo's flipping through the ball there. It doesn't matter. Nass has created a brick wall and made sure to adjust to land quickly to convert for his goal afterwards. Newpo fakes out Nass, just drops the ball down, and we're back to a tie game. Newpo, advantage off the kickoff. Nass thought about the curve dash, but did he get undercut or get caught up on the post? Hitting the brakes here, probably not the best decision. He actually looks like he just decided to hit the brakes. He thought staying on the goal line would be better, but he stopped his momentum, and Newpo, too good not to convert there. Knows where to put the ball to make it impossible for a zero boost stop defender to save. Nass never really got the reset off that as he passed to himself off the ceiling. Swinging really wide, maybe afraid of a bump play. Now trying to go for a counter and got it. Newpo couldn't stop him. Popped the ball up to the back wall to set up the in and outs to launch the counter, and Newpo knew he needed to try and cut it off early. If he could even get a little bit of a touch, he could have helped guide that away from the net. That's not what he got. Nass trying to get a goal here off the kickoff. Passing to himself again off the back wall. Instead of single jumping into the back wall, he's hook shotting a pass off the back wall. And he's in the lead once again. Nass, ooh, he read Newpo. He's giving him the look back. That's just for the fans. Newpo can't tell. He's getting reverse cammed. But Nass showing off that he beat him on the side wall by staring him down. Newpo with space and possession. Air dribble goes 50, not bump. Nass maybe was thinking about a bump. Changes the way he attacks the ball. And then that makes the 50 even more effective. Forge, thank you for the prime. Newpo pinching this one into the ceiling. Doesn't have the follow-up. He is chasing down the ball, though. Feels like he can intercept Nass. Never jumped. Stayed glued to the wall as a way to make sure he could adjust and get back to his half if need be, but Nass still gets his goal. Chat is asking for Champions Field like they want to curse Nass. This is 1 versus 1. 2 goals is nothing at all. Newpo flicks the memers. Rejoice. Nass. I'm surprised it took him so long to decide to go for that corner boost. He like stared down the bounce and wasted precious time getting to the boost. Oh my goodness, that was a strong shot. Watching it from Nass POV, but he does save it. Saw it coming. Will this be a bump? No, it's going to be a 50, just like we saw from Newpo. And this actually might be a safer play. He backs off and, well, I thought was going to be able to maintain a possession, but Newpo bumped him away. Huge opportunity right here for Newpo. Nass off the ceiling has slowed him down at the very least. Manages to not get bumped or demoed. And Newpo hands possession away. Is Nass going to try and starve out some time? He forces Newpo into the back corner. What is that touch from Newpo? He just pinches it off the sidewall towards the net somehow, even though he's retreating away from the ball. Nass in a rough spot. Newpo just going to launch a shot. Nass should be able to handle this one, but he's going to be forced into net, no boost. So he's probably arcing around the half. Oh no, he went all the way to the corner. He felt like he bought enough time. He got to return to net late. Does make the save. And now cuts it around Newpo. I think we might be going the distance. You could not have convinced me of that after game 3. But with 21 seconds, you have to feel like Nass can hold on to this. Nass sending this one into the corner. Newpo's not going to be back. It's 6-9. We indeed are going to go to Champions Field. Game 7. Nass, Newpo. Will we see Octane Newpo? Newpo dabbles. I have seen Octane Newpo many a time before. Nass has yet to drop a game in the Octane. Is the answer to also go Octane? We find out in a minute when we get into game 7. Newpo's watching this goal replay. All right. You guys want a little champs field? Newpo didn't leave, so I think he's just going to play in this Fennec. Can't imagine Nass is going to switch up. Nass is someone who loves to switch, but all of his wins have come in this Octane. Yo, a Hamdeno? That's what the 7 is, right? Thank you for the 3 months Prime. Don't know if I said it right. Okay, Newpo did leave. Wait a second. He readied up, waited out the lobby, then left, now came back. Are we going to see a different card? Nass didn't ready up. Nass sat through the whole break. It is! It's Octane Newpo! It's also... I can restart it when he's here. It's also no Nass. Why did it start so fast without Nass here? All right. Wait, pause. It's Octane Newpo to counter Nass. We are to Champions Field in the $1,500 Fear Frenzy Grand Finals. We are on to the field that has Newpo's name in the rafters. Look high to the banners to know who your 1v1 world champion is last year. But Nass might not be your 1v1 world champion. He is your Boston Major winner and MVP. And he is trying to remind everybody of just how good he has been in ones. Multiple salt mine champion. Apparently wasn't feeling well during the EU RLCS. There's only one weekend for 1v1. If you're not in the zone for that, and they're out of luck. Maybe Nass showing what might be different this time around if he is on his true form. Oh my goodness, the low 50 from Newpo in the Octane will be the first goal. Nass overshot the challenge. Newpo had kept the ball on top of his car, threatening a flick up until he finally saw Nass coming before dropping it down. And then low 50 in it. Nass Trying to bump Newpo off the play. Ooh, Nass just passed it to Newpo. That'll be free. Newpo has Octane buff on his side now. Nass didn't ready up. It seemed like Newpo was down to just play again, maybe even without switching to Octane. But Nass sat there in the lobby, didn't ready up. And about 40 seconds in, Nwpo said, screw it. And it looked like he jumped out and switched to Octane. Could that have been the mistake? Nass gonna have to defend against the Nwpo air dribble. Reset 50. He might have cut off the scoring angle and has to dodge getting demoed here. No boost left over. Pop it up in order to throw it towards the net and give himself a chance to steal 100. He got a demo. Awkward ball to play though. Not sure he'll be able to score it as Nwpo respawns and easily gets the save. Nwpo, air dribble bump. Nass cannot get around it. The cringe wins today, and it's 3-0 in Nwpo's favor. Newpo, delayed flip. Oh my goodness. Apparently Octane is just that good. Now that they're both on Octane, it's back to how the series was going before. Newpo now at 4-0. Jemmy Folks, thank you for the prime shot on net. 5-0. The advantage is lost, and Newpo dominating once again. Newpo guiding this kickoff to the right wall. Little camera check, see what Nass is up to. Nass fake challenge and then pre-jump back down to the ground. Goomba stomp. It's easy for Newpo. You can see Nass trying to stay one step ahead, not trying to be reactive to this defense that can, or sorry, to this offense that can be impossible to defend when you wait, but might be even making it easier for Newpo. Newpo flick off the kickoff, forcing Nass to back wall. Air dribble has a reset, not targeting the net, and we'll just wave dash it to the opposite side. Halfway through this game 7, Nass needs to get going here. You never have to sweat. You can always just repeat what they did to you in the second half, but now he's running out of time. It's only going to get harder and harder to believe. Nice low 50, but Newpo's actually recovered out of it quickly. Nass does not have the ball on a bounce, so he has to just roll it at Newpo, and we'll reset here. Feels like this possession has to go Nass's way. Even if it takes him a bit of time, he needs a goal. He needs belief that he can get something going here in this game 7. That's not going to do it. Into the other opposite attacking corner. Reset. Shots. Leaves a lot to be desired. Too soft. Nwpo has the save. Doesn't have a lot of boost left over. Going to get demoed. That one's rolling to the back wall. So again, I said he had to score this possession eventually, but I guess he does have to score it soon. At some point, it has taken him too long. And this might be his chance. Nwpo double jumps over the top. Minute 30. A great possession for Nass in a different 1v1 context. It's fine to take a minute to score if you're in a close game. It's not fine to take a minute to score if you allowed Nwpo 6 goals before that possession. Now it's going to have to be a little bit quicker. Demo, catch, carry. Only now does he let it hit the ground, and Nwpo dunks it off the top. That was it. That was the moment. Nass, if you ask me, had to score every goal and earn every possession pretty much from here to the end of the game. And not getting that bounce dribble probably means he's out of it. And that one is going to be another gift as well. 8-1 for Newpo. The musty, the Octane counter in order to stop Nass from getting the full reverse sweep. Newpo looks like he's going to continue to rack up more and more. Misses this one, though. But lines up a demo. Can waste all the time in the world. No rush to bring this back to Nass. Letting Nass dive in. I'm actually impressed Nass even got a touch there. Actually bumped Newpo. Wait a second. He did waste time. But Nass not giving up. This would be the most absurd comeback ever. I think it would involve Newpo throwing. Heavily throwing. Basically doing some crazy kick-up strategies and losing them. Nass tried to fake him, didn't work. Newpo hung out on that near post and then got the save. Newpo undercutting Nass to secure this possession. Nass feels like he has to leave for boost. And he's not even forcing the issue. Newpo will waste his time. Newpo and Moxy, those are the two guys who seem very willing to waste time when they have the lead. And he baits Nass in. It's a GG's. Newpo will be your Fear Frenzy champion. He hasn't lost a 1v1 match in a while, but does he have a pogo? That's the question. He's got 7 seconds to hit one. I'm not dark. I try. Okay, let's see it. Here we go. To the sidewall. Might have to be a pogo shot. He's not going to have time. Yeah, it'll have to be a pogo shot. Hey, GG's. Nice try, nice try. Newpo is your winner. He wins in game 7 against Nass. GG's. What a performance, what a tournament. Let's take a look at the practice and how it all shook out. Let me leave this. Are the volunteers on point? Not yet. They don't even have Toxiic versus Nass filled out. This was a 4-0 sweep. Nass moved on quickly past Toxiic. Newpo Nass with the distance. $800 in store for Newpo. $400 for Nass. $150 for Rezears and Toxiic. Shout out those guys. Shout out everybody for playing today. If you guys enjoyed this stream, please follow. Helps a lot. Subscribe if you want to go crazy. Check out the YouTube. We love running these games, and I know we have a lot of extra people here to check them out when we do them. So thanks to everybody who tuned in today, and hopefully we got more 1v1 tournaments in the future. Maybe NA. The reason why I haven't been doing NA is because it's been tough to do stuff later in the day since having the multiple kids that I need to go watch. In fact, basically need to leave right now to go hang out with them. So that's it, I think. It's a wrap. I don't know if I have anything else to say. Thanks for hanging out. When Dark again? Who knows? Dark's been playing some show matches. Thanks for streaming, Turney. Thanks for hanging out, guys. As always, Newpo almost getting reverse sweep. Finishes off. We're going to say goodbye now. Probably run some ads. I'll see you guys sometime next week for more games. More show matches. Maybe some NA stuff. For now, I'm going to head out. Call it a day. Congrats to Newpo. Shout out to everybody who played. Newpo, Nass, Jack, DrKnown, Toxiic, Rezears, Atow, Moxy. Shout out to all of them. It was a good time. 1v1 is back, chat. 1v1 is back. There was a little bit of a break there, but 1v1 is back. All right, gamers. See ya.